introduce. have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice saw it. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. Glad you could make it. We're gonna have a fun stream today. It's gonna be kind of a laid-back one. We're gonna be doing some dinosaur deep dives, and we've already got one in the hopper there from Nell. Thank you, Nell. Starting off early today. We're gonna start doing this on Wednesdays, I think, for the next few months, starting a little bit earlier. Let me turn down these lights. I've got a lighter colored shirt on today. It's messing with our white balance. There we go. That's a bit better. Anyway, it's great to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time, I'm going to do a quick little intro. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, as you can probably tell looking at my office here. During the summers, I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs, and I was doing that this summer live on stream. So if you happen to miss those VODs, if you're new here, go check those out, or check out the YouTube page where all of the summer's live streams are already up on there. But I was digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and in Utah this year. And like I said, all those streams are up there if you want to see that. Anyway, when it's not summertime, when I'm back here in my office, we talk about fossils. We go over some of the latest publications in fossil science. We're going to start interviewing other paleontologists more often, and we do a whole lot of Q&A. So if you happen to have any questions about any of this stuff,
It's the dinosaur man!
Okay. Lestat Creations, thank you for the 3 months of primes there. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your ongoing support. Lestat Creations knows that you can subscribe for free with Amazon Prime. And, it doesn't cost you a dime. But it supports me. I do this full time. This is actually how I make my living nowadays. So thank you for keeping another scientist off the streets there, Lestat Creations. And if anybody else has an Amazon Prime sub lying around somewhere, it's I'd certainly appreciate you throwing it my way. Thank you, Lestat Creations. And hello to everybody here. Let's just go through chat real quick and say hello. Claire Burr was first today. How are you doing, Claire? Welcome. Arle, good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Wild Lucas, glad to have you back. Dr. Irrefutable, Dinosaur Deep Dive sale today. That's right, we're doing some Dinosaur Deep Dives today. And they are 1/3 price today. And we should have had that blocker taken off so there could be an unlimited number today. Normally it's restricted to like 2 per stream or 1 per hour or something. Somebody confirm that it's not on cooldown right now, because it shouldn't be. Nell, how are you doing? Welcome. EQ Washu, hello. Pookie, hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here. Charlie's Dragon, what's shaking? Matt M33 says Tradoon. A good Tradoon to you too, Matt M33. Welcome. Elignudo, how are you doing? I'm glad you could make it. Keep coding Steph. What's shaking with you, Steph? I'm glad you're here. Hope things are good with you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Squishy Robots, again, I'm so glad you like the music here. That's good information. I appreciate that. Beats International, hello to you. Hope your day's going well so far. And Nan Banana Nana Nana Nan. Hello also to you, Nan Banana Nana Nan. How are things? Who else have we got? Fall Machine, Ten Gletchy, Phalo, Incinerate Gaming, Ghostly Ghoul, Keela Stuff. How are you doing? I haven't seen that username here before. Are you new? Welcome, Keela Stuff. Great to have you. How did you find the channel, if you don't mind my asking? Crate Fruit. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Soy Sauce Bunny. Howdy, howdy. And Tanglechi took a while to recognize that movie. Yeah, yeah. Beats International says one of the prisoners kept and fed a dinosaur in his inside pocket. Is that right? Was that an Escape from Alcatraz, or was that in Shawshank Redemption? I don't remember. You'd probably know better than I would. Doki Doki Baka, hello, hello. Welted Thistle. How are you doing? I'm having a great day. Better now that you're here. Welcome. Cactus Jack. Salute to you too. I'm glad you could make it. A Truckhorn. Hello to you, Truckhorn. You should know that your Borealipelta model that you gifted me has now got pride of place on top of my desk. What a remarkable dinosaur reconstruction. Accurate in just about every detail of its upper armor like that. Basically, the front half of this animal is exquisite. Just absolutely astonishing. That's what a wonderful celebration of this remarkable specimen of Borealipelta in this model. Those of you who've seen the actual fossil up in Drumheller, Alberta will appreciate this. Just incredible detail on this. And even the coloration is correct. Kind of reddish orangish brown on top, lighter color underneath. Thank you again, Truckhorn, for gifting me that off the wish list. Very generous of you, and I appreciate it very much. But yeah. Oh, and shoot, the reward is on cooldown. I'll see if I can turn that off. Yeah. And Keep Coding Steph says, just working. Just keeping on the coding, I presume. It's good to have you here, Steph. I hope your coding's going well. Rampo says, hi, Danny and everyone. Hello, hello, Rampo. How are things with you? And Keela Stuff says, hello, I found it through Jonen's stream. Am I saying that correctly? I never know how to quite pronounce that name. Jonen? But anyway. Jonen does some really, really cool art. White Smoke is here. How are you doing, White Smoke? Long time no see. I hope things are good with you. Yeah. And it's pronounced Chella. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Chella. I was thinking it was like chelation therapy. If people have like really severe heavy metal poisoning, chelation therapy is like, it's a really harsh kind of treatment, but I wonder if it's the same root word. Anyway, and like in Coachella. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, there's a crow or something in his pocket. Interesting, Beats International. I need to look back on that, I guess. And it's Jonan, thank you. Yeah. And holy cow, Murph. Look at this beautiful bird here. Speaking of birds, look at this very excited Tinimu bird. Just heralding the arrival of these 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. I don't know if it's rated for 10. Oh, shoot.
Get out of there, it's gonna blow!
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Murph. Thank you for that. Extraordinary. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Good stuff. Murph, how are you doing on this fine day? I hope things are peachy keen with you. Thank you for your incredibly impressive support of this community. Really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Thanks for keeping this whole thing going, you know, through your contribution. I appreciate that. But yeah. And Matt M33 has requested Saurophaganax. Well, well, well. Let's start getting into these dinosaur deep dives, shall we? Except, well, before we do that, we've got some other housekeeping to attend to. The 3D printer looks good. We are printing some more parts of our life-size Allosaurus skull. And we've got some brand new parts that we have yet to assemble. So let's take care of that first, and then we'll get into our dinosaur deep dives. So for those of you who are not aware, we've been working on printing a life-size Allosaurus fragilis skull. And I'm very, very excited about this. It's going to be the largest single 3D printed element that I have, although it's really multiple elements. There's so many different bones that make up the skull, close to 50. And there's this compared to an apple, just to give you a sense of scale. But you know what's even better to give you a sense of scale? Seeing the actual thing. Let me get the lower jaw. There we are. Here is our Allosaurus lower jaw, which has already been assembled. Put this together live on stream a few months ago. But, pretty impressive, I think. Now we're working on the actual skull. Not just the lower jaw, but... Here you go. Oh, yes. Check that out. I'm pretty excited about this. I really am. Take a look. And this is an adult. Now, although when we talk about Saurophaganax in a few minutes, we'll talk about whether or not this is really a mature Allosaurus specimen, or whether Saurophaganax is like a true adult Allosaurus. Yeah, we'll be talking about some ontogeny in a little bit. But, yeah, for right now, let's get some more of these pieces assembled, so that we can, hopefully, quite soon, have the whole thing done in the next month or so.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. And how can we tell if a dinosaur is an adult or a juvenile based on their fossils? Ghostly Ghoul, we'll be talking about that in just a little bit. Yeah. And I can't print the rest of the Allosaurus Ignudo because I don't have the files for that. I've only got the files for the skull. There's actually an artist who put this together. Oftentimes, actual dinosaur fossils... If you can get a scan of them, then you can print them, but they're not necessarily set up for printing on a 3D printer like this. This is a really, really cool file here, because these actually have been... These parts have been broken down to the point where you can fit them onto a 3D printer bed like that. And so this artist, I think, took some scans of the original fossils and then filled in some of the details too, kind of optimized things a little bit for 3D printing. Believe me, when I print other dinosaur fossils, it gets a lot trickier because I have to break down the individual pieces myself and then glue them back together, and it doesn't always work super well. It's not a smooth process like it is with this. So yeah, if anybody's interested, here is a link to that. Yeah. And there you go. Now, I do have a fairly modest printer here. I built this one myself. This is a Prusa i3 Mark III's. Yeah. But if I had the files, would I print? I don't have room for a full Allosaurus skeleton, unfortunately. Yeah. My living space would not really allow for that. A full-size Allosaurus skull, that's about the best I can do, you know? Someday, though, inshallah, I will have my own museum, and we can have an Allosaurus skeleton cast in there. But the thing is, if you're talking about a whole dinosaur skeleton, then 3D printing is not necessarily economical for that. What you want is a cast, like you might get through Gaston Design. Holy cow, that is a beautiful Ceratosaurus there. Astonishing. Scelidosaurus skeleton. Yeah, so Rob Gaston, for whom the dinosaur Gastonia is named after, he works out of Fruita, Colorado, and he produces some truly amazing dinosaur skeletal mounts. And these are cast. These are probably about 1/3 to 1/5 what other companies would charge. So yeah. Yeah. I was talking with Jim Kirkland about this summer. Jim knows that someday I would like to be able to establish a museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Like a public dinosaur museum, open to visitors. Jim's like, well, you better do it the next few years, because when Rob Gaston retires, it's going to be 10 times as expensive to put together a nice menagerie of dinosaur casts. So yeah. But there's currently 43 different types of different dinosaur genera, I think, that he offers. Like, holy cow, Animantarchs. Big ol' Ankylosaur there for only 40K. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and Carolina Parakeet, you can absolutely do that now. Let's get into that in just a minute after I get this assembled. Yeah. And thank you, Golganek.
Hashtag paleo late fee.
Paleo late. I started early today, Golganek. Thank you for the 200 bits. Regardless, though, I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And G. Shumway says, can I link this site, please? You bet. Yeah. Gaston Design. This is, Rob Gaston out of Fruita, Colorado. I wonder if there's any videos on YouTube while I get this together so I can print it. Let's see. This is tricky. I'm trying to find a decent video here. Let's try this. Yeah. Rhino Rex is a big duckbill dinosaur. Might be the same thing as Griposaurus, potentially. But there we go. There's Rob himself working on this. And that is a cast. Right there. Oh, wait, hang on. Was that the actual fossil with parts reconstructed so he can make a cast? Or is this... Oh, no, okay. Yeah. That's the actual cast there. Pretty neat. Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into this. It's really kind of astonishing. There we go. Yeah. I really hope Rob continues to do this for a long time, because holy cow. So many of the world's best dinosaur mounts, best casts are done by Rob Gaston and his crew. And if somebody like, I don't know, if a competitor ever decides to buy him out or something like that, price is gonna skyrocket, I think. Because he does these things almost at cost. Anyway, I had the pleasure of visiting Rob Gaston's studio back in 2014, and that was a ton of fun. Being able to go there during a conference.
It's a rare opportunity to hear the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists. Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Lunuto
Lagnudo.
779 and their 38 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Welcome, welcome, Lagnudo. And thank you for the raid. What's shaken? You were here watching and then you raided in? Brilliant, brilliant. I really appreciate that, Lagnudo. Fantastic. Looks like you were doing some retro. whatever that is, I hope it was a ton of fun. Welcome back. Let me know if I should play that welcome video also. I know you've been here before.
Becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
And there we go, Kennedy, with those 14 months right there. Appreciate that very much, Kennedy. Thank you, thank you. Brilliant. Yeah. Good stuff. And you were watching VHS tapes. Very nice, Lignudo. Well, I hope that was a ton of fun. Here, I'm gonna scoot back and see if I can find those photos. That would have been April or May of... I guess I have one photo from Rob Gaston's studio. But he had, was this Utah Ceratops that he was working on back then? Yeah, nice. But that's inside his workshop in Fruita, Colorado. I was there with the Mid-Mesozoic Meeting Conference. So yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Several hours of Star Trek The Next Generation. I actually was able to decipher that acronym there. Brilliant, Mick. That's awesome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and start assembling these pieces of our Allosaurus here, shall we? There we are. So, I really need to take this part off, actually. I had some mechanics wire on here to just kind of hold these together while the glue set, because this was proving pretty difficult. I put these on last night, because I knew it was going to be really fiddly, and I didn't want to waste a bunch of time doing that on stream, because it also wasn't guaranteed that it was actually going to work. So let me take that off real quick, and then we'll put that on the other side. We're putting on the lacrimal right now, which is this... Actually, it's this bone here, like, in front of the eye. Think of it like the tear duct bone, sort of. And, hello to you, too, Sylvie B93. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, and Claire Burr, thank you for that. Kodali, thank you for reposting that from Claire Burr. I've been swamped with email stuff lately, but I'll see if I can get to that soon. I think you'll understand, Claire, when I'm able to make an announcement soon. Got some exciting stuff coming up, but I've been swamped with my emails. Yeah. Here, let's get this bit of wire taken off, and then let's put some of these new bones on there. Alright. There we go. And I love mechanics wire, which a lot of people call baling wire. I think baling wire might actually be kind of less pliable than mechanics wire, or maybe they are the same thing, maybe they're interchangeable terms, but man, do I love that stuff. It saved my butt so many times. And in fact, it did several times just this year while I was out in the field, just a few weeks ago, when my tent got knocked down during a storm, and the main support beam in the middle just got bent in half like a piece of wet pasta. It was mechanics wire that ended up saving me. Here. There was my tent. There after a big storm. And there is the pole right there. Just got completely bent under those really strong winds. I'm really glad that the tent itself didn't get torn to shreds, but really it just bent that pole. And so I ended up fixing that with some of this wire. There we go. By taking another metal pole, borrowed from our garage tent, we had some extra poles left over, and sticking that across like that, cinching it down with some mechanics wire, and then duct tape over the top of it, I was able to get the tent standing up again. Right there. So mechanics wire, man, you can really do so much with it. Oh yeah. Yeah. G. Shumway says, sounds like an intense experience. Well, I wasn't in my tent when it got blown down, fortunately. But some of you were there for that. You actually were present during that live stream. That was when we had the big sandstorm coming through camp, or coming through our site. It was really something. Okay, let's get these pieces put together. Are. There we go. So, lacrimal bone here. This is going to fit in like this right here. We're going to get these pieces assembled before we fit them onto the rest of the skull. So let's go ahead and do that. First off, I'm going to put some Gorilla Glue on there. There we go. Don't have to be real precise about it. This stuff will kind of squish into shape as it should. What I got to be more precise about is the super glue, my cyanoacrylate, which I kind of use as an accelerant on here, and I'm trying to poke a hole so I can use the rest of this rather than already moving on to the new container. I want to use every last bit I can, be as non-wasteful as possible. There we go. I don't need that much of this. Just a bit. And there we go. Nice. Over here. There we go. Speaking of not being wasteful, Taco Bell napkins. You know how they always give you a ton of napkins? Usually it's too many napkins, not enough sauce packets. Anyway, I keep those napkins. And I use them for stuff like this. Keep that put together. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon says not using the gloop on this. I'm all out. Charlie's Dragon ran out. Yeah. But yeah. Nice. All right. Now, let's put that on here. So we've already got the lacrimal crest on this side. This descending process here. We're going to put that on the other side too. Just like this. There we go. Okay. This is kind of too big to fit under the overhead camera. So I'm just gonna do that here. Yeah. And thank you for that support. Holy cow. Thank you, Nell. I wouldn't do that. I'm a professional. But yeah, that would be pretty frustrating, huh, if that were to happen. Okay. And now for that little bit of cyanoacrylate on there. Super glue. On here. A little bit. Along there. Excellent. Beautiful. I just gotta hold this in place for a few minutes. So yeah. And Welted Thistle says, I love seeing this be put together. I'm glad. I like this being kind of a regular feature on the stream. Yeah. Because it's, I want you to feel involved in this in some way. If you can witness it coming together, then, you know, it almost feels like you're part of it, right? And some of you have been part of this by actually purchasing the 3D printer filament for me off of the Amazon wish list. You know, I'm running my printer almost 24/7 nowadays. Like, whenever I'm here in my apartment, I'm running that thing to get these pieces done so that I can assemble this all the more quickly. And, yeah, so I think you deserve to kind of see this come together. And it can provide some nice kind of structure to the stream, too. Something to look forward to at the start of every broadcast. Yeah.
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Yes, indeed.
Lordy and their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Oh, yeah.
Stop dinosaurs.
Let's do it. Lordy, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Lordy. How did your sewing go? I was able to catch the beginning of that earlier before I started streaming. I hope it's been going really well. It's good to see you. Thanks for raiding in. And I think I can ease up on this a little bit. Let me show you. This is our Allosaurus skull so far. Yeah, so we're mostly done with the anterior portion of the skull. We just need the back of the skull, including the brain case and the occipital condyle and all that good stuff, and then the teeth. But we are getting close with this. I am very excited. Oh yeah. Happy to come visit? It's great to have you here, Lordy. Yeah. But yeah. And Coldrake says, amazing how finished it looks coming off the printer. Plus the bone fossil texture. Yeah, that's... The artist actually did that, which is really, really cool. So that's inherent to the files. But having a nice filament color is also really important. Because I've printed things with slightly cheaper filament. Not cheaper, but less expensive, I guess. It's the same company, same quality, but just... I guess they... Maybe it's simpler to manufacture white or black filament, but neither of those show up very well on camera. But these various brown colors, like the copper and the brown silk, they both show up really, really well. And they've got a nice kind of earthy feel to them. It's, they're both kind of ideal. Oh yeah, yeah. And I will paint it afterwards too, Lugnudo, yes. Yes, indeed. Gonna paint it up to look like a real Allosaurus skull. So I'm thinking kind of, I could either go like classic Morrison dark gray, like I did with our Camarasaurus skull over here, or I can go for more of a brownish, which I think I'll do. It just kind of looks prettier that way, you know? So yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm glad you enjoy seeing that. Oh man, I'm excited. And I've got some more pieces. I don't think this one will actually fit on yet, but there's another piece to go on. Basically, they're up between the eyes. I guess it would be the parietal bones. And frontals. Parietals or squamosals? Yeah, parietals. But I don't think those are done yet. They are not, no. In fact, I think that's what's printing right now. Wrong button. There we go. So stay tuned for that. Should be tomorrow we get to work on that part. So let me clean up here just a little bit, and we'll get into our dinosaur deep dives. Yeah. And, yeah. By the way, dinosaur deep dives are 1/3 price today. They're not actual money, they just cost channel points, which you earn by watching. They are 1/3 price today. I think only 10,000 points. And we've already got some. We've got for Welted Thistle Arkansaurus, which we'll do in a few minutes. Saurophaganax from at M33 27 minutes ago. But before then, we had the Carolina parakeet. So let's get into that, shall we? Yeah. Bird dinosaur deep dives are often a little easier because we could just like watch a video or something. Because people take footage of birds, you know? Random XP, I haven't seen you here before. Welcome to the channel. They want to know, try that over. How significant has the evolution of 3D printing been for the replication of artifacts for display or study? I don't know about artifacts, because I'm not an archaeologist. I'm a paleontologist. We study fossils. And I guess if it's artifact in archaeology, it would be specimen for paleontology or other sciences like that. But man, it has been significant. It is becoming increasingly significant, the rise of 3D printing and the way that that helps us as paleontologists communicate ideas, share specimens, stuff like that. There's a really cool page, actually, on Sketchfab. By the Whitmer Lab. This is Dr. Larry Whitmer at The Ohio University. There's just one of his models there. But yeah, he's a vertebrate anatomist and paleontologist. And by scanning things, you know, you can 3D print them, you can look at brains of different critters. This is a Tyrannosaurus brain right here. It'd be pretty difficult to look at this if you couldn't scan it and look at all of the hollows and everything inside the brain case. But then you can transmit these data digitally. So another scientist across the world, she'd be able to download this file and print it out. Share it with her students, take measurements, do whatever you need to do. Yeah, this is increasingly important. And I was talking with Jim Kirkland about this summer. Generally, the standard for when you're, like, describing a new dinosaur, the standard for imagery is photographs in publications. If you're publishing a new kind of dinosaur, then you photograph the different bones individually in different views, and then those are in the journal article. They're in the publication. But as 3D scanning becomes more and more common, less and less expensive, and more people are trained in it, I think you're going to start to see more publications where there's 3D data for these different bones, so that another scientist can just download those data and do a 3D print if they'd like to. It's already starting off, but it will become increasingly important in the decades to come. Here. Is it Diamantinosaurus? There was a really, really cool paper on this critter. 2015, 2021. Is this it? Zoological Journal? I don't think that's it. 2023, perhaps? Was this it here? Yeah, there we go. Where there are scans of each of these individual bones in the skull. And, I believe these are actually available in the supplementary info. So that you can download these and maybe even 3D print them if you really wanted to. Yeah. But there was another really cool paper where they were kind of undeforming these different sauropod bones in the computer. Sauropods present all kinds of logistical challenges to study because they're so stupidly large. These dinosaurs are too big. But if you can 3D scan them, then you could just hold the files in your computer. And you wouldn't necessarily have to travel around the world in order to study them. You can just, if you really need to, you could print a copy in your home institution. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And, Sandwich Nom Nom, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Coldrakes is waiting for the field unit MRI for Instascan of bones. That would be pretty cool. I'm waiting for that, too. Yeah. But you know what everybody's been waiting for today is our dinosaur deep dives. Let's get into these, shall we? Yeah. In fact, it's been a long time. This part of the video will get removed on YouTube because the parent company is extremely litigious. But let's just go ahead and run the dinosaur deep dive intro before I change it and make it more copyright safe. I believe that is right here. Let's start our dinosaur deep dives right now. All right. Dinosaur deep dives. This is the part of our broadcast, it's actually been a long time since we've done one of these, where we do a deep dive on viewer-requested dinosaurs. Normally these are expensive because they take so long and, you know, they take a lot of effort from me, especially off the cuff. But today, I didn't really have anything else planned, so we're just doing a bunch of dinosaur deep dives, and so they are 1/3 price today. Only 10,000 channel points instead of 30,000. So, let's do them. We're starting off with the Carolina parakeet. As we all know, birds themselves are living dinosaurs. But, and we say, well, dinosaurs never really went extinct completely because we still have birds. Well, unfortunately, there are some birds that have gone extinct recently. And, Nell wanted to hear about this one. So, let's get into it. I've never seen this video before, but SciShow usually does pretty good stuff. Let's take a look.
When you picture a parrot, you might imagine it in a tropical forest in the Amazon or an island in the Pacific. You probably don't picture Denver. But up until only a century ago, the United States was home to its very own species of parrot, the Carolina parakeet. Parrots are, generally speaking, birds of the order Psittaciformes. This includes macaws, parrots.
Yeah, or Psittaciformes, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Coldrake says birds, sharks, alligators? What do you mean, Cole? Sharks and alligators are not dinosaurs. But birds are. Shoot, should we talk for a minute about what makes something a dinosaur? Let's do that real quick, then we'll get back into this. So I think a lot of people are kind of confused about what constitutes a dinosaur and what doesn't. And Boosted Brims, welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. And thank you for the follow, Boosted Brims. It's good to have you. Oh, and I see your dinosaur deep dive there, Charlie's Dragon. Utah Ceratops, that'll be a fun one. Yeah. We were just talking about Utah Ceratops a few minutes ago. I think a lot of people get the impression that, like, oh, if it's a big animal that lived in the prehistoric times, then it's a dinosaur. Which is completely untrue, and I really wish this sort of thing were taught in schools better. It's not your fault that you don't know this. Let me caution, thank you for the 200 bits, appreciate that. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of animals. So this is a wonderful little infographic describing what is a dinosaur and what isn't. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on what they evolved from. That's what closely related to means, is that they're close to each other on the family tree. They share a recent common ancestor. And so dinosaurs all share one common ancestor here. It would be a little dinosaur, pretty similar to like little Eoraptor right here. Almost said Utahraptor. Eoraptor. This is a life-size 3D printed Eoraptor skull. So this animal is very, very close to the ancestry of all dinosaurs. So there was maybe one of the immediate ancestors of Eoraptor was the ancestor of all dinosaurs. All dinosaurs could trace their ancestry back to this one point. And because all dinosaurs trace their ancestry back to one point, that's why they're all dinosaurs, you know? In the same way that birds all evolved from one ancestral bird that evolved from a dinosaur. Does that make sense? So you're not a dinosaur unless you evolved from that one dinosaur ancestor. Does that make sense? So crocodiles over here, not dinosaurs. Plesiosaurs, not dinosaurs. Mammals, not dinosaurs. Lizards, not dinosaurs, and etc. Does that make sense? Yeah. Coldrake says, no paleontology classes during my engineering and computer degrees, and that's kind of a shame, Coldrake. Not that there weren't paleontology classes, but that this sort of thing isn't common knowledge, you know? It's frustrating to somebody like me, and that this sort of thing totally comes naturally to me, because I've been studying the history of life on Earth since I was a little kid. Oh, the Raven. Thank you for the 8 months. No, that's not correct. What?
Exactly. I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Oh, no.
Look at all those chickens.
Thank you, the Raven. Appreciate it. And look, we've got a raid coming in. Myranosaurus. Holy cow. Thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Myranosaurus and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Yes, they are. Myranosaurus, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. I was just bemoaning the fact that most people don't really learn about natural history until they're like in college, if they ever learn it at all. That's what I'm here trying to do, is talk to people about fossil science, the history of life on Earth, the importance of the fossil record and what it can tell us about the world around us and about ourselves. That's what this channel is kind of about, you know, at its most basic. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them. Now I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. Thank you again for the raid. What were you up to, Myranosaurus? Yeah. It's great to have you here. In fact, before we get back into this discussion, I think this might be a lovely time to do a quick little welcome video for any new folks here. Yeah. Then we'll jump back into this discussion. But can we get one more shout out from Myranosaurus real quick? And then, we will call forth our good friend, previously recorded Danny. In fact, I think... There he is right there. He's sneaking up behind me as we speak. He's going to tell you a little bit about this channel, about who I am, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So without further ado, I know. Hey, patience, please. He's really eager. I'll let him explain this. And thank you, Zancats, for the follow. There's Dinosaur right there. Oh, welcome, Zancats. Thanks for following. All right. Previously recorded, Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs. I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs. Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published. But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast. And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job. I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and once again, thank you even more to Myranosaurus for that raid. It's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you've got any questions. Today we're doing some dinosaur deep dives, and I was just about to get into those, and then we started a discussion about what is a dinosaur, what makes a dinosaur, and I might as well rehash this really quickly for new folks here. What is it that makes a dinosaur a dinosaur? It's ancestry. And it's really frustrating to me and to other paleontologists and zoologists and biologists and life scientists, you know, scientists who study living things. It's really frustrating to us that this sort of thing isn't really taught in schools because, well, honestly, this is the sort of thing that creationists fight really hard to keep out of schools, and they've been very successful about it. Very few people actually learn about evolution until, like, college, if they go to college, and if they happen to take a biology class, that might be their very first introduction to this kind of concept in any kind of depth. But the way that we as scientists classify living things, like dinosaurs or like anything else, is based on their ancestry. So what makes a dinosaur isn't some arbitrary list of characteristics or something like that. Those things can be nice clues, but it's based on ancestry. So if you did not evolve from this dinosaur ancestor, then you're not a dinosaur. Everything that evolves from this ancestor is a dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs. That's why crocodiles and alligators are not dinosaurs, because they didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor. Think of them as like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. So just being alive during the time of the dinosaurs does not make you a dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a specific group of living things, or once living things. Birds are still alive. We'll be talking about that in depth tomorrow. But yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. And Welted Thistle says, but I wanted to evolve from it. That counts, right? Not quite. Not phylogenetically, at least, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so being older than dirt doesn't count? No. In fact, there's lots of creatures that are far older than the dinosaurs. You know, being old does not make you a dinosaur. You have to have evolved from this ancestor, then you're a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Mustang says, your office looks great. Thank you, Mustang. I appreciate you saying so. I'm actually...
moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
I'm working on improving the
hello.
office and my camera setup too. Cast Meow Black, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. Thank you very, very much for keeping me here on the air for the past 2 months with your generosity. I appreciate that. So yeah. Dinosaur. There you go, Mayor Space. How you doing, Mayor Space? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Beha says, my bearded dragon is a dinosaur. It's not, actually. Sorry, I don't mean to rain on your parade right there. But your bearded dragon is not a dinosaur. It's a lizard. So it comes from a different place on the reptile family tree. So here, lizards are these guys. So there's a chameleon, there's a varanid lizard like a Komodo dragon. Your bearded dragon would be part of the lizard group over here. Dinosaurs begin right here. So your bearded dragon, not a dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, it is a reptile, though, so it's closer to dinosaurs than us mammals. That's true. Yeah. Where did that go? And I used to have Chrome updated, and now a lot of my, like, hotkey things don't work anymore. There it is. Yeah. So, this is a graphic representation of what we call the Tree of Life. All living things on Earth evolved from a common ancestor. And this is meant to be a visual representation of that. There's dinosaurs right there. See them? And see how most of them just cut off right there? Because they went extinct at this point. Anyway. There is Tyrannosaurus and human beings. So we are 68 millionth cousins, 83 million times removed. But let's jump from there to lizards. Like these guys. So Tyrannosaurus and a western skink, for instance, are 48 millionth cousins, 94 million times removed. So yeah, dinosaurs and lizards are closer to each other than dinosaurs are to humans or other mammals, certainly. But they're not particularly close. That's still pretty far away. Dinosaurs are a lot closer to crocodilians, who are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. And then going a little bit further out, you've got turtles, and then you've got other groups of reptiles. But then moving much, much closer, birds legitimately are dinosaurs. They are living dinosaurs themselves. And that's actually a lovely segue.
I think you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Romulius. Thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah. Birds are living dinosaurs. And getting into our first dinosaur deep dive of the day, we had a longtime viewer request the Carolina parakeet, which is extinct, and it is a dinosaur, but it's also a bird. Let's talk about it.
When you picture a parrot, you might imagine it in a tropical forest in the Amazon or an island in the Pacific. You probably don't picture Denver. But up until only a century ago, the United States was home to its very own species of parrot. The Carolina parakeet. Parrots are, generally speaking, birds of the order Psittaciformes. This includes macaws, parakeets, cockatoos, and others. These birds aren't really native to much of the United States. 1 or 2 Central American species make it just north of the Mexican border, and a bunch of others have been introduced as released pets. But the Carolina parakeet, Coneuropsis carolinensis, was endemic to the U.S., meaning it lived nowhere else. They were small, colorful birds around 100 grams in weight with green bodies, yellow heads, and orange faces. They were most commonly found in the trees along rivers and swamps, gathering by the hundreds in infamously noisy flocks.
So they used to be super, super common. Shoot, let's look them up real quick on our Tree of Life. The other variant that we have here. Because it often has recently extinct species, right? Carolina parakeet. Really? It doesn't have them on here? Let's search by genus and species. Really? Well, can we find the genus at least? No, they don't have that either. Well, shoot. Never mind. Let's go back a little bit.
Weight with green bodies, yellow heads, and orange faces. They were most commonly found in the trees along rivers and swamps, gathering by the hundreds in infamously noisy flocks. According to historical reports, they could be found as far north as New York, south to Florida, and west to Colorado. It was around the mid-1800s that the birds went into a sharp decline, and not long into the 20th century, they became entirely extinct in the wild. The last captive Carolina parakeet died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1918, in the very same cage that the last captive passenger pigeon had died died just 4 years prior. But even though these birds are gone, we can still learn a lot about them from what we have left. At least 720 skins and 16 skeletons of Carolina parakeets are still preserved in museum collections around the world. Those specimens not only help us understand the bird's anatomy, they can also preserve the bird's DNA. Seriously, you'd be surprised how long that stuff can last. In a study published in 2019,
he means this from the perspective of like a modern biologist. DNA doesn't last any length of time at all when we're talking about Earth history. DNA is very fragile, very delicate. It falls apart over like less than 1 million years. But I don't know. When we're talking about decades, of course it lasts decades, you know?
2019, researchers sequenced the genome of one such Carolina parakeet specimen, unlocking clues to some lingering questions about how the birds lived and died. For example, the birds were famous for eating a plant called cocklebur, which is fun because cockleburs are very toxic. In fact, the birds ate so much of it that, according to historical reports, it made them poisonous. Cats were even reported to have died from eating birds that ate the plant. In the new DNA
wow, that'll learn them. Jeez.
Analysis, the researchers noticed unusual mutations in 2 genes.
Huh.
The genes code for proteins that carry energy between the mitochondria and other parts of the cell. What's interesting is that these 2 proteins are specifically disrupted by cocklebur toxin, interfering with the cell's ability to function. Exactly what those mutations do isn't clear yet, but it could be some sort of genetic resistance to the plant's poisons, a small change that allowed these parakeets to thrive on a specialized diet. Unfortunately, a diet of literal poison was nothing compared to the effects of living alongside humans. We don't know exactly why the Carolina parakeet went extinct, but most researchers agree that humans are at fault between hunting the birds and destroying their habitat. But while we're pretty confident they're gone, we don't know if their decline was slow in response to various pressures, or if they went out like a light. See, if a species slowly dwindles over time, we would expect their DNA to show evidence of inbreeding and low genetic diversity as their populations gradually shrank. This new study was on the lookout for large chunks of the genome where each chromosome in a pair had identical gene variants. This would suggest the bird's recent ancestors were so closely related that they shared a bunch of the same DNA. These effects can cause a species to go into a spiral towards extinction as their gene pool dwindles. But the new research found no evidence of this. The Carolina parakeet's extinction doesn't appear to have been slow. Instead, as the authors of the new study put it, the extinction happened so quickly that it left no traces in their genomes. This is pretty good evidence that human activity in the 1800s was the leading cause of their disappearance, not some vulnerability inherent.
Is it overhunting, like with the passenger pigeon?
Way. More than half of all living species are in decline, and almost a third are considered globally threatened with extinction. Based on this research, it seems the Carolina parakeet was so devastated by human activity that its genetic code left little evidence of decline. By studying other extinct species with different patterns of extinction, we can be better equipped to detect human impacts on modern species and to spot the warning signs before it's too late. The United States may never have another endemic parrot, and that's on us. But the least we can do is learn from this tragedy and preserve the noisy, colorful birds still with us. The people who solved this parrot's genome had to know both biology and how to make a computer do biology for them.
Is this an ad read?
The better we get at sequencing DNA, the more data there is to handle. Enter the field of computation.
Oh, it's an ad read. Okay, whatever. Anyway, interesting video here, and I wonder if... Let's watch one more little one, and then we'll move on to our next dinosaur deep dive. Can we find a short one? Let's see. Apparently they're in a video game? R2-D2 2?
In Red Dead 2, there's a side mission that requires you to kill all Carolina parakeets.
Oh. Why? What? I mean, maybe that's meant to be a, you know, a cautionary tale. Because it probably was due to overhunting that these things went extinct in the, you know. Anyway, it's like destroying the buffalo herds. There you go, Coldrake. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, that's a teaching moment, says Wadoku. Cool that it's in the game? I guess so. Yeah. Was that the same game that actually had some, was like a dinosaur fossil collecting mission or something like that. Am I remembering this correctly? Romulius says maybe they are good eating. Well, they aren't anymore because they're all dead because people killed them all. So yeah. Oh, and that is it. A pizza nut. Thank you. Shoot. It's funny. There's like 4 new people who have showed up in the chat. People who were lurking, who are now typing in. Because the video game showed up on stream. I guess I shouldn't be surprised on a platform like Twitch. But anyway, welcome everybody. It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So there's the Carolina parakeet. When did it go extinct? Let's find the good old Wikipedia article, and then we'll wrap it up. Move on to our next dinosaur deep dive. An extinct species. Let's see. The last known specimen, a male named Incus, perished in captivity at the Cincinnati Zoo in 1918. And the species was declared extinct in 1939. Oh boy. They were probably poisonous. Not venomous, but poisonous. Venom is when it bites you and you get envenomated. Poison is when you eat it or lick it or bite it or whatever, and then you get poisoned. Yeah. Reasons for extinction. The evidence is indicative that humans at least had a contributory role in the extinction of the Carolina parakeet through a variety of means. Chief is deforestation, cutting down forests. Never a good thing. In the 18th and 19th centuries. Hunting played a significant role, both for decorative use of their colorful feathers, for example, adornment of women's hats, and for reduction of crop predation. Yeah. A factor that exacerbated their decline to extinction was the flocking behavior that led them to return to the vicinity of dead and dying birds. For example, birds downed by hunting, enabling wholesale slaughter. So just like other animals that have a lot of social ties, they see that a buddy of theirs is hurt, and they go to investigate and hang out there, and then they get hurt or killed also, and it's just a vicious cycle at that point. It's like with whales, where whalers would harpoon a whale calf, or like chase after a mother whale with calves, and the mother was not just going to abandon the calves, and so the whole pod slows down just out of solidarity, and then they all get killed, you know? I guess it's the same thing here. That's really sad. That's really, really sad. These animals with strong social bonds like that would just be wiped out by, you know, thoughtless, cruel people. Anyway. Carolina parakeet. A big paleontologizing salute to this beautiful, now extinct dinosaur. Yeah. Well, thank you, Nell, for suggesting this dinosaur here for our deep dive. I appreciate it. And now with that, we've got another dinosaur deep dive, another extinct dinosaur, but this one that died out probably about 143 million years ago, give or take. This dinosaur is much like the Allosaurus that we are currently printing, except larger. It may or may not be the same dinosaur as Allosaurus. Saurophaganax is something of an enigma. I wonder if we can find a YouTube video about it. Yeah. Here it is from Planet Dinosaur, apparently. Let's take a look at this. Why is this all chopped and screwed like this? Oh, boy. Just, I guess it's maybe only the instance when it's on screen? Here we go. Let's try this. There's Allosaurus there. Eating a Camptosaurus, presumably. Which is funny, because it doesn't seem like these two are coeval. So this is kind of funny to me because I'm not convinced that these two dinosaurs ever actually met. Saurophaganax. Oh boy.
Almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Thank you very much there. Briannosaurus for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Saurophaganax might be the descendant of Allosaurus. That's the thing, is that we don't have a great handle on the stratigraphy for these animals yet. From what I understand, my cursory understanding of Morrison Formation and stratigraphy, Saurophaganax might actually come after Allosaurus. Because if I recall correctly, Saurophaganax is mostly from Oklahoma, in rocks that are younger than those of the Morrison Formation in like Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Utah, etc. So we might actually be looking at just like the descendant of Allosaurus. Allosaurus may have evolved into Saurophaganax. But let's take a look. The name Saurophaganax is pretty interesting. It means Lord of the Lizard Eaters, which is kind of an excellent name. I remember streaming a cast of this dinosaur at the Museum of Ancient Life in Lehi, Utah, a few years ago. We did a live stream from that museum. But yeah, it is known from the late Jurassic, the latest Cambridian stage, about 151 million years ago. Really, that old? I thought it was younger than that. Oklahoma, United States. Some paleontologists consider it to be a junior synonym and species of Allosaurus, as Allosaurus maximus. Saurophaganax represents a very large Morrison allosaurid characterized by a horizontal laminae at the base of the neural spines, above the transverse processes, and meat chopper chevrons. Oh boy. So that's the thing, is that when you diagnose a new species of dinosaur based on some peculiarity of the vertebrae, basically they're saying this is a different kind of dinosaur because it's big and because its vertebrae look a little bit different. That's the thing. The bigger different dinosaurs get throughout their individual lifespans, ontogeny, the more their vertebrae change. Exactly. Ontogeny. That's something that's becoming increasingly obvious the more we study populations of dinosaurs, is their vertebrae, their backbones, and their neck bones and their tailbones, they change as the animals get older and get larger. So much of this stuff is like structural. And it's stuff that we don't necessarily see in modern mammals, because mammals don't get that big for the most part. But with dinosaurs, which got so much bigger than mammals on land, the bigger they get, the more their skeletons have to change a little bit in order to help bear that extra weight. So that's how we can tell, says Ghostly Gold. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Like with Tyrannosaurs and Nanotyrannus. There you go, Thagomizer. Yeah. Same basic idea. And Coldrake says, did they just grow until they died? No. They did not. I don't know where this myth came from, that like dinosaurs just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew until they died. Like, it seems like most dinosaurs had kind of a maximum size that they would attain, and then they basically stop growing. So yeah. I always hear Nana Tyrannus. That's my grandmother's science streams. Nano Tyrannus is where that name came from. It's a joke name. Yeah. Oh, there you go. You're joking too, Boleyn. I didn't realize that. Here I am being all earnest and saying, "Oh, well, actually, it goes this way," and you were kidding. Anyway. And Zucchini Puff says it's because crocodilians do that. I'm not convinced crocodilians even do that. I think their growth curve also kind of levels off after they reach a certain age. I don't think they keep growing and growing until they die. I think maybe most of them keep growing and growing until they die because they die before their growth levels off. I think you let a crocodilian age to a certain point and they'll basically stop growing, I think. Yeah. Anyway. So the square cube law kicked in? Maybe, Coldrake. It could very well be that some of these animals... Yeah. They reach a certain size and a certain age and then they basically stop growing. Although dinosaur growth seems to have been kind of plastic in a way, where like certain dinosaurs, individuals of the same species, maybe they're not getting enough food or something, maybe it's like they're living under really tough conditions, and they stop growing pretty early. Other individuals of the same species, maybe times are really good, they can keep growing until they hit that point. I guess my point is that I'm probably overgeneralizing a bit, and there's a lot of weird complexity and gray area and outliers here. But, yeah. Let's see if I can find you a quick video about how to actually tell how old a dinosaur was by cutting it up. And maybe Holly can help explain this for us here. Holly Woodward Ballard, that's her married name now. She is a paleontologist who specializes in what we call histology. And this is kind of what she does, is try and figure out how old dinosaurs were. Are they young? Were they very mature? What stage were they at when they kicked the bucket? How can we tell? This is her realm of expertise.
In 1979, Maiasaura was named in a publication by Jack Horner and Bob Macula.
So this is
and
Maiasaura.
They found a bunch of little dinosaurs all together in what looked like a nest-shaped depression. And nearby, they also found a larger dinosaur skull. And by comparing the shape or morphology of the baby skulls to the adults, they concluded that these were probably from the same species.
Which is really, really important. Historically, when paleontologists have found two different dinosaur skulls, one's small and one's big, they've usually said, oh, you gotta have two different species here, you know? You got a small one, you got a big one. But Jack Horner and Bob Macula looked at these and they went, well, shoot, what if these are the same species and just one is young and one is old? And this kind of started a revolution in dinosaur paleontology, where before, there have been so many different dinosaur species that have been named where they're not actually new species. It's just a younger or older individual. And these dinosaurs change a lot as they grow. So yeah. So how do you actually test this idea, though? That's the thing. Paleontology is a science, you know? And science works by testing ideas in a systematic way. So how do you test that if an animal is young or old? That's what Holly Woodward does.
And what was really interesting is that the little babies weren't small enough to have just hatched out of an egg. So the idea is that they stay together in this nest-shaped depression, and grew older there, and so they were cared for by the adults. And because this was an incredibly important find, it was the first time that evidence of parental care in dinosaurs had ever really been put forward and hypothesized. And because of this, Horner and Makela named Maiasaura because it means good mother lizard.
Yep.
So this is a tibia from a Maiasaura individual. So this is the shin bone or lower leg bone, same as in us, only this is much bigger. And what I do is I study the bone fossil bone microstructure of long bones such as this tibia. And what I do is examine what's inside the bone. So taking a look at this fossil bone, we can see the shape of it. We can measure it.
Hey Ken, how you doing? Welcome.
Do estimates on size of the animal from this bone. But what I'm more interested in is what's inside the bone, because by looking at the bone on the microstructural level or the microscopic level, we can actually determine things like how fast the animal grew, how old it was when it died. Was it skeletally mature? Had it stopped growing when it died, or was it still growing? Was it a juvenile?
Yep.
And we do this in large part by looking at the bone tissue organization as well as the growth rings. Every animal alive today, if it takes more than a year to grow up, has growth rings, just like tree rings. So you can count those to figure out how old the animal was when it died. And in order to access this information, I take a bone like this tibia, and I make a small section. I take a chunk out of the bone shaft, and when I do that, I eventually polish it down so thin that light can pass through, and you end up with what we call a thin section slide.
Yep.
And so what you're seeing here, all the brown is bone.
So this is, oh man, this is so important because, again, paleontology is a science. This is how we test ideas. If you want to test if an animal is old or young, you know, you can kind of wave your arms and say, oh, well, you know, it looks like it has mature morphology, and it looks like maybe the skull is fused or it's not fused, or the vertebrae look a certain way or whatever. But often these things are really plastic in dinosaurs. Sometimes with a dinosaur, you've got one half of the skull that's fused and the other half is not fused. You know, those are not reliable indicators of maturity. If you want to actually test these ideas, you really, really have to do histo. You can't skip that step, you know? If you want to do good science and figure out if an animal is mature or not, this is what is necessary. Vertebral fusion, cranial fusion, don't cut it. You gotta cut the bones, like Holly does.
And the middle, this white spot, this would be where the marrow cavity was. And when I look at this through a microscope, I can see all the tiny bone microstructures that were there in real life. They've been fossilized as well. So by looking at those and interpreting them, using modern bones for comparison, I can then make inferences on how this dinosaur lived and died.
Yep. And Kyle Max says, are you only allowed to slice up bones like this if it's a common species? It depends which museum you're working with and who your collections manager or curator is. There's certain museums that yeah, like Claire Burr was saying, they do get a little bit squeamish about cutting open the bones. But the thing is, I don't know, that's really frustrating, is because sometimes you're forced to just kind of wave your arms about whether or not the animal is mature, and your science is not going to be as good as it would be if you could actually cut these things up. So yeah, I don't know. Here. So we were just watching Holly Woodward Ballard right there. And so Holly was from Museum of the Rockies. Just like me. That's kind of where I was trained as a dinosaur paleontologist. And Jack Horner used to be the curator there. And his philosophy on this is one that I agree with. It's basically, if you're collecting the fossils, you're doing that so that you can do science on them. And here's his take on cutting up dinosaur fossils.
They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones. But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers.
We do. I mean, absolutely.
They're very well taken care of.
As they should be. Yeah,
they don't
but
like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So they don't normally let you do that. But I have a museum and I collect dinosaurs and I can saw mine open. So that's what I do.
I think that's important, you know? So this is a thing.
If you
there's terms for this kind of in, you know, paleontology museum circles. Sometimes this sort of analysis is called destructive sampling. When you're, you know, taking a section out of a bone so that you can do a histoanalysis on it. But at Museum of the Rockies, we like to use a different term. We like to call it enhanced sampling, which is almost a, like, Rumsfeldian term, but, it sounds much more positive. And the thing is, if you can get good data out of it and get another publication out of this, then why not do that? Especially because oftentimes these fossils aren't actually... They're not as vanishingly rare as some people think they are. Nikoion, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The thing is, dinosaur fossils are rare, but if you know where to look for them, if you're a professional and you know how to find these things, then you can usually go out and find more to test your hypotheses.
Glue is cheap.
And also, yes, glue is cheap too. Yeah.
If you open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like A. And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive.
So this is how you tell.
You can tell it's mature bone, so it's real easy to tell them apart. So what I want to do is show you these in...
Anyway, so this is the whole thing. But, and I think Holly's going to talk about that here.
And by doing this for multiple Maiasaura individuals, so I started with a sample size of 50, I've been able to figure out
big sample size. Holy cow.
Maiasaura grew. At the maximum amount it took, Maiasaura was growing up to 80 micrometers a year as far as
holy moly.
The bone actually widening out. So by doing this, I was able to figure out that Maiasaura took about 8 years on average to go from being about a ½ meter on hatching out to full grown at 7 meters in length. And that's just an amazing growth rate.
8 years full grown.
The cool thing about
over 20 feet long,
as I said before, is the sample size is so...
Imagine if a 7-year-old child was, you know, 20 feet tall. That's an astonishing rate of growth right there. It really is. Imagine that. Holy cow. Imagine a 7-year-old child, 20 feet tall. That's as fast as Maiasaura was growing. And a lot of dinosaurs are like this. And so here, I'll give you a link to this video right here if you'd like to see Holly explain the rest of it. But we're going to get back to Saurophaganax here. Is this dinosaur actually distinct from Allosaurus? I don't know if anybody's actually done histo on it. You know? The thing is, if the morphology of its vertebrae is actually what distinguishes it from Allosaurus, then I think that's probably pretty weak sauce. Yeah. Yeah, relationship with Allosaurus. The identification of Saurophaganax is a matter of dispute. It has been described as its own genus, or as a species of Allosaurus, Allosaurus maximus. A review of basal tetnorans in 2004 and Carano et al.'s comprehensive 2012 analysis of tetnurae accepted Saurophaganax as a distinct genus, but possible Saurophaganax material from New Mexico may clear up the status of this genus. Here's the thing, is it seems very, very similar to Allosaurus in just about every regard, except it's bigger and its vertebrae are a little bit different. From what I understand. There could be stuff that I don't know about this critter. Maybe there are other distinctions. But it really just seems like a very large Allosaurus. And it could also potentially be what we call a chronospecies. Maybe this is older or younger than your typical Allosaurus. I don't know. But yeah. So anyway, cut it open, says Ghostly Ghoul. That's a great idea. Hopefully that'll happen at some point. We can actually test this idea in a scientific way, you know? Rather than just looking at vagaries of, you know, morphological distinctions like that. So yeah. Yeah. And Ken says, I don't know enough to have this opinion, but I bet that there was more consistent food supplies in Oklahoma. Maybe there was, Ken. That's the thing, is that we have evidence that out in Wyoming and Utah and Colorado, there was a lot of seasonality at the time. So those would have been kind of drier areas. They would have had periods of intense drought. And maybe that would have kept Allosaurus, you know, kind of constrained. They wouldn't have had a steady supply of food. Maybe if you move east into Oklahoma, suddenly life is good over there. And you can get much, much bigger, you know, as a member of the same species. Maybe. I mean, let's take a look at our ancient Earth globe right here. Let's go to 150 million years ago, roughly the same time as Allosaurus and Saurophaganax. And yeah, here we go. Oklahoma is over here, much nearer to the coast, probably received more regular rainfall. But then you move over here into western Colorado, eastern Utah, Wyoming. It's probably a lot drier. So there might really be something to that, Ken, yeah. If indeed Saurophaganax is the same dinosaur as Allosaurus, maybe it just, you know, got bigger on average. Because over here, life is easy compared to over here, you know? I don't know. Yeah. So yeah. Morrison, very seasonal, Ken. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's so cool to think about, isn't it, Wilted Thistle? Oh, yeah. Makes sense. If there's more food, you get bigger? Yes, and we have evidence of that in certain dinosaurs. I think Plateosaurus? I think we actually have evidence of this. So this is, yeah, lovely kind of... What was it? Plateosaurus is early Jurassic, latest Triassic, I think? No, late Triassic. Never mind. Shoot. But we've got a bunch of different... Like, there are some bone beds of Plateosaurus where we've got multiple individuals. And different histosampling on them has shown that, like, you know, some individuals are different from others. Some of them stopped growing earlier on, probably because they had less access to resources. Yeah. Growth. There we go. Yeah. Plateosaurus followed a trajectory similar to sauropods in its growth, but with a varied growth rate and final size as seen in extant reptiles, probably in response to environmental factors such as food availability. Some individuals were fully grown at only 4.8 meters, or 16 feet in total length, while others reached 10 meters, 33 feet. Yeah. So, interesting stuff. Although, they were warm-blooded, make no mistake. Kurgani Wolfshires, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, though interesting. Other dinosaurs like our Plateosaurus here can provide some interesting clues. Provide kind of a nice test for that idea like, is the size that you're going to attain as a dinosaur, the rate at which you continue to grow before you stop growing, how long will you continue growing? A lot of that is based on what's your resource availability. Are you getting enough to eat, you know? We see the same thing in people, you know? Shoot, like, average height, South Korea versus North Korea. People in North Korea have been deprived by food, deprived of, you know, enough food, especially back in like the 90s. So here we go. Whoops. There we go. Height differences in boys and girls. Across boys and girls from South Korea and North Korea. This is the same population of people. North Korea and South Korea have only been separate for like, what, 60, 70 years, something like that? And yet there's these huge discrepancies in height. It's nutrition, you know? So yeah. Maybe it's the same thing going on with Allosaurus saurophaganax in Oklahoma versus Colorado or Utah or Wyoming, where things are a bit tougher maybe. Much more seasonal. Could be. I don't know. Further study is needed. We need more specimens. More people studying them, more histological analyses, all that good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, and pressure's up. I really don't like the dark reader browser extensions or anything. I understand that sometimes there's, you know, there'll be a big contrast there, but I don't know. I like light, you know? And I've also found that those browser extensions fight with my other browser extensions, things like my closed captioner, which are 1,000,000% necessary for streaming here on Twitch. This is a Chrome extension that I have, and it tends to fight with other extensions. So if I install a new extension, usually it bricks this one. That doesn't work, so yeah. Priorities, you know? I'm sorry that there is a big difference in the amount of light coming out of your monitor, though. Yeah. Anyway. And, hey, Feardo, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Anyway. Let's go ahead and get into our next dinosaur deep dive. Oh, no, shoot. Before we do that, let's take a look at the original descriptive paper for Saurophaganax. Dinosaur deep dives, I like to actually show you the original literature wherever I can. So let's go ahead and do that. This is published in... well, Saurophagus, before the name had to be changed. That was published in 1941, and then 1995, Dan Churi, whom we saw yesterday in our documentary. He was the predecessor to Rebecca Hunt Foster at Dinosaur National Monument. Remember that whole discussion? He was the one who actually named Saurophaganax. Yeah. Let's find that clip real quick. Where was he? At Dinosaur National Monument. Looking. This isn't actually that important, but I thought it would be neat to show. There's Jim Jensen. There's the Dino Riders discussion. Maybe he was toward the beginning. There he is there.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic and
Kayara, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Around them.
So there's Dan Churi right there.
Of a 150 million year old
This is the guy who came up with the name Saurophagenax.
And now
sort of.
tilted up and dipping to the south and strewn across the face of that sandbar.
Yeah, and so let's find the original paper. I should probably have it here in my library. Let's do a quick search for Saurophagenax. Yeah. Williamson and Churi. I don't think that... Maybe I don't have it. Nope, there it is there. Yeah, Stovall's original... Oh, shoot, hang on. Open with... and another app. There we go. This changed my... There we go. Excellent. Yeah, there's Stovall. Yep. Working on... There's the manual claw. Big thumb claw of this Allosauriod right there. Very cool. So this is from 1941. Yeah. Bone number 4666 turned out to be the shank of a brand new dinosaur, or maybe just a very large Allosaurus. Greatest predator of his time and equal in ferocity to Tyrannosaurus Rex, though he preceded this famous monster by 65 million years. This isn't from 1941. When is this from? No, shoot, it is. Natural History, June 1941. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Anyway, very cool. Yeah. Oh, and hang on a minute. Catching up to chat here. Jericho says, are you saying a plesiosaur is... It was not a dinosaur? You are wrong. No, plesiosaurs are 100% not dinosaurs, Jericho. Plesiosaurs are another kind of Sauropterygian reptile, but they're not dinosaurs. Yeah. Oh boy. Maybe this person's just having a bad day, but anyway, just calm down a little bit in chat, Jericho. It's good to have you here. Take a little bit of a chill pill. It's okay. You're here on Paleontologizing now. It's all good. You had a question about plesiosaurs? What was it? Let me know and I'll be happy to answer it for you. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll get into our next dinosaur deep dive. I hope that was a sufficient one on Saurophagenax there. Let's see what's next. I think it might have been Arkansaurus, right? Yeah, Arkansaurus. And I know exactly what video to bring up for that. There we go. I'm gonna have to go back into the archives for this, for an unlisted video. And Musaica, I didn't know you were here, so we'll do your dinosaur deep dive in a little bit. It's Incisivosaurus, right? The buck-toothed Oviraptorosaur? We'll do that in a little bit. Alright, good to have you here, Musaica. You've been lurking? Alright. Good to know. I'm glad you're here. There's that. And let's see here. Steely Dan says all he wanted was his 2 front teeth and Santa delivered. Oh yeah, we'll get into Incisivosaurus in just a little bit. Yeah. But if Jericho's not saying anything, then we'll... Okay. Think they left? Fair enough. Let's talk about Arkansaurus for our next dinosaur deep dive. Arkansaurus is the state dinosaur of Arkansas, and what a beautiful state dinosaur to have. This is an ornithomimid. Ornithomimids... Yeah. Where do you think it was found, Starwolf? And which state was Arkansaurus found? I wonder. It's from Arkansas, obviously. Yeah, it's an ornithomimosaur, so one of the ostrich dinosaurs, as they're sometimes called. We now know these dinosaurs had feathers all over their bodies like this. They would have looked even more ostrich-like than we originally thought back when we figured they had scaly skin. Now we know they didn't. On most of their bodies, they had feathers. Still scales on the leg and everything, like an ostrich, but yeah. Lovely dinosaur. Arkansaurus Friday Eye. And I believe this was named by... I already donated to Wikipedia. By Rebecca Hunt. And I'm not sure who the other author is. But Rebecca Hunt is now Rebecca Hunt Foster. And we interviewed her on this channel back during my, first year or so of streaming. Let's see what she had to say about it.
Have been coming to the quarry to see it.
Yeah. So Rebecca is now the state paleontologist, or excuse me, the official park paleontologist for Dinosaur National Monument on the Utah-Colorado border. And she named Arkansaurus, and at some point in here, she talks about it. Let's see if we can find this.
Dinosaurs. And we have a lot less vegetation than you have in other places. Pandemic. So, son who was going to school at the University of Arkansas. It's like a whole hour right there.
Yeah.
Man, this is before I figured out audio stuff. This is also before the age of Twitch guest star, when I had to try and use Zoom and then use a virtual cable, and oh man, it was all messed up. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm about to ask her about Arkansaurus right here.
Oh, about Arkansaurus. I'm sure you get asked about this dinosaur all the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
So that's that Arkansaurus illustration that you see right here. Arkansaurus. Yeah. That's very cool that Rebecca has that up in her office.
It's a really cool
Right
dinosaur
there.
that I think I'm, of course, very biased. It's a fossil that was found in 1972 in Arkansas, and it was also the first dinosaur bone fossils that were found in the state of Arkansas. And it was found by a man named Joe Friday, who was a great guy, and lived down in the southwestern corner of Arkansas. And he found these bones eroding out on his property, and he took them to, he had a gas station in town, and he took them to the gas station and kind of had them on display for people to see. And one of the townspeople had a son who was going to school at the University of Arkansas, and he came and saw them and thought, oh, these are really neat. So he asked if he could take them back to the University of Arkansas and show his professor, Jim Quinn, who was also a paleontologist, grew up in Nebraska, hanging out in the Badlands with Morris Skinner.
Yeah, and Friday Eye, that's the thing, Ken. This dinosaur was named after its discoverer, I believe.
Paleontologist, grew up in Nebraska, hanging out in the Badlands with Morris Skinner. And since, Morris Skinner and him were friends since they were very young, and they used to go collecting mammal fossils all over the state of Nebraska. So he took those fossils up, and Dr. Quinn did the first kind of presentation and first work on those and presented them at a GSA meeting, and even took them to an SVP meeting and showed them to like Ed Colbert and other paleontologists kind of trying to get their opinion on it. And they figured that it was probably some sort of Coelurosaur or ornithomimid, but there wasn't.
So this is like a kind of slender meat-eating dinosaur, slender theropod. I say meat-eating dinosaur as a group, as opposed to actually referring to the diet, because ornithomimosaurs, famously, these, ostrich dinosaurs, these are a group of meat-eating dinosaurs that actually became herbivorous. They went vegetarian, so to speak. You've got a number of different groups of theropod dinosaurs that do that. Ornithomimosaurs are one such group, like Arkansaurus. Probably a mostly herbivorous dinosaur, although maybe it also, would have snacked on some mammals, When in Rome, chow down on some mammals. Yeah, but these guys are probably mostly eating plants and fruit and seeds and stuff like that, maybe. Yeah.
A lot to compare it to in the mid to late 70s. And it wasn't this global village like we have today where we can just share PDFs.
You can have a mammal as a treat. There you go, Ghostly Cool, yeah.
Each other 3D scans of our material. It wasn't, and who knows what it'll be like in another 50 years, right? So he couldn't really move much beyond that. And then unfortunately he died in an accident in a quarry. He fell and passed away unexpectedly. So he was never able to finish the work. And so when I was an undergrad student at the University of Arkansas, my professors knew that I was interested in paleontology, in vertebrate paleontology. I was one of like 3 people in the entire state at the time. And so there wasn't a whole lot that they could offer me. But Jim Kirkland, who I met at my first meeting, told me about the specimen too, and I had thought it had been described, and he was like, no, it's never been worked on really. And so he really encouraged me to start working on that specimen. So I did kind of my senior thesis on that specimen, studying it. And again, that was 2003, so there wasn't a whole lot to compare it to.
I don't know what happened with the video here, but this cut out.
At the time.
There it is. That's back.
I did kind of a early paper on that, and then just kind of moved on and went to grad school and did some other things. And when was it? About 5 years ago, I was sitting at a trailhead reading a JVP, as one does, and waiting to talk to people about dinosaur tracks. And I saw a paper in there that Leon Clayson and Mark Lowen had written about Ornithomimus velox and a reassessment of that. And I read that paper and I was like, oh, wow, Ornithomimids have come a long way in that period of time, in like 10 years. And so I started looking into it, realizing there was a lot more that could be done at this stage. And so I got the material on loan and described it. And there was also a push going on at the same time in the state of Arkansas by a high school guy who wanted to name the dinosaur as a state dinosaur for Arkansas. So Arkansas was actually dubbed the state dinosaur a full year before my publication came out.
That's really funny. Holy cow. So Arkansaurus, to repeat, became the state dinosaur of Arkansas before it was actually published on. This is a state that really badly wanted to have a state dinosaur, but they didn't actually have any dinosaurs from that state yet. That's really funny.
we couldn't time them correctly, which was fine. But yeah, so I got that published a few years ago, and it's a neat little fossil. I mean, all we have to go off of are some foot bones, but there's luckily a lot of other ornithomimid feet to compare them to.
Yeah, very diagnostic bit.
Right. I mean, of course we would love more material, but we get what we get. And
I'll see you later, Dinosaur Dave. Thanks for being here.
And I was able to compare it to other early Cretaceous ornithomimids, which has kind of led to a second project where I'm working on.
When we're getting a raid back in this interview 3 years ago or whatever. That's Claire Burr. It's funny. You're all over this chat. You're all over that chat in the video too.
Dig up dinosaur. Early ornithomimid from Utah, and it's a little bit older than Arkansaurus. So I'm working on that. And then I looked at some material from out east too, from Dinosaur Park in Maryland and stuff collected in the Arundel. So I'm still trying to get that paper done. I'm sorry if anybody's waiting on it. all two of you who are interested in
No, I can totally understand that too. I've been
There was another raid right there back then.
working on a couple of papers for like 8 years at this point.
Yeah,
It's the Spinosaur paper that's just been the bane of my existence.
It's the way it goes when you're.
I think it's 11 years now.
Exactly.
So you
yeah.
do
Yeah.
dig
Anyway,
up-
we
dig
just
up
got
dinosaurs?
what's called a raid where another streamer just ended their stream and brought all of their viewers here. If you want to say hello to them real quick.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming over.
I don't know what happened with the video there. There we
Actually,
go.
let me see if I can go through chat and see if we have any particular.
So anyway, that's Arkansaurus. Really, really cool. And there's the describer of Arkansaurus, Rebecca Hunt Foster. Yeah. So let's get into that critter real quick, shall we? And then we'll look at the original descriptive paper. Arkansaurus. There we go. Arkansaurus Friday. Joe B. Friday was the discoverer. The gas station in Locksburg, Arkansas. There we go. Yeah, officially described in 2018 by paleontologist Rebecca Hunt Foster and James Harrison Quinn in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. So, let's see if I have access to that paper. It's, Taylor Francis, JVP. Let me check some of my... There we go. Secret back channels. Oh, we are in luck. Yes. Thank you very much, Sci-Hub. Excellent. Here it is right here. Oh, and yeah, I'm a member of SVP. I would have access anyway. This is quicker, though, than trying to go through the stupid login portal thing on the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology website. But, there we go. A new ornithomimosaur from the Lower Cretaceous Trinity group of Arkansas. This is the original descriptive paper. And, man, it's a little slow to respond. But there we go. From the very southwest corner of Arkansas. Well, almost very southwest corner. Check that out. Yeah. And here are those. These actually look like scans. That's really nice. Got some nice metatarsals right there. Beautiful. So there's the upper foot bones. And so yeah, those were scans. And then, so ornithomimosaurs do this thing that we call the arctometatarsalia condition. So their upper foot bones, which are normally side by side, like that, they get kind of pinched together into like a solid mass. It's ornithomimosaurs and tyrannosaurs, and I think also alvarezsaurs do the same thing. But it's almost like the cannon bone on a horse, where those bones get pinched together into like a solid shock-absorbing mass. It's really cool. For running, exactly, Welted Thistle. Yeah. Really neat. So anyway, good stuff. There's the original paper. If anybody really, really wants to take a look at that for Arkansaurus, there it is. But, yeah.
The moon does exist.
It's true, Oatmeal Banana Bread. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, that second metatarsal. Or no. It's metatarsal 3 that gets pinched out. That's the one. Because remember, Ken, metatarsal 1 is the hallux. Oh, hang on. Welted Thistle, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Extraordinary. There are now 5 people in chat who won't have to worry about ads for the next 30 days. Excellent. Thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate that. That is good stuff. Thank you very, very much. Here, metatarsalian condition. There we go. Yeah, that's lovely. So you can see the fossil crates. That'll work. Okay. So, it's so small. Yeah. So yeah, here is this is the right foot of both Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. Thank you, Smorphosaurus, for that gift up there to Thalo. Appreciate you, Smorph. Thank you very, very much. So, Tyrannosaurus and Allosaurus. These are the metatarsal bones. So these are the upper foot bones. So here, it's frustrating because they should show digit 1, the hallux, the dew claw, on the side up there, but they don't. Anyway, digit 2, 3, and 4. And then the Tyrannosaur, digit 2, 3, and 4. Digit 3 is in the middle. And in Tyrannosaurs, that middle metatarsal gets pinched, squeezed, squeezed, squeezed. It basically just like goes away at the top. It becomes this little splint. And so Tyrannosaurs do this, and Ornithomimosaurs do the same thing too. Yeah. There we go. There's a better illustration. Ignore the Jurassic World nonsense here. This is what I'm talking about. Digit 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there is the third toe, and you get toward the top, and it just gets pinched between the other two. This becomes like a solid fused mass at the top for shock absorption. Really cool stuff. So yeah. Yeah. So Tyrannosaurs do that, and Ornithomimosaurs do that too. Like Arkansaurus. That's why we think that like young Tyrannosaurs would have been such fast runners, as they've got a lot of adaptations like that. And then when they're adults, they just become super big and super bulky. They're probably not nearly as fast, but they're still retaining that kind of holdover from you know, their fast adolescence. You know, it's like the... Well, shoot, maybe it's like a quarterback on the football team out in West Texas. Or running back, or whoever's the fast football man. You know, he was the fastest thing on 2 legs back in the day, and then later he really kind of bulks up and becomes much slower, but maybe he's much more powerful than he was before. You know? Even though he's a lot bulkier and more and stouter. Maybe because he's bulkier and stouter, you know? Yeah. Is this making any kind of sense at all? He just got his middle age spread. There you go, Erebos. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, Arkansaurus. Very cool dinosaur. And hopefully that was good enough as a deep dive. I appreciate you suggesting that one there. And Ken says shock absorption would probably still be happening when you're pushing the laws of physics and biology. True, Ken. True. Shoot, when you're an animal that weighs 7 tons and you're 45 plus feet long, like some of the very largest Tyrannosaurus specimens, even bigger than Sue, you know? Yeah, holy cow. Every advantage you can get will help out. So yeah, after Arkansaurus, we had Utaceratops. Then we'll do Incisivisaurus for Musaica. And then we'll do Pachycephalosaurus for Yakuzic. So let's do Utaceratops. I heard a lot about Utaceratops this summer. Working in Utah, just like Arkansaurus. I wonder if anybody in the chat might have an idea as to where Utaceratops is from. Well, thank you very much, Mirazilwiki, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Any guesses as to where Utaceratops might be from? Which U.S. state? Anybody have an idea? Utaceratops gettyi. Where from? The Dinosaur Man says, just want to say you're awesome, bro. Thank you, Dinosaur Man. It means a lot coming from you. Thank you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If you said Utaceratops was from Cambodia? No, not quite. If you said Utah, then you are correct. Yes, indeed. Utaceratops is from Utah and is named after Mike Getty. I heard so many stories about Mike Getty this past summer in the field. And this dinosaur was named after him. I'm not sure if he found it or if it was named after him because of his untimely death in the field. Mike Getty actually passed away in the field. He was kind of a living legend in Utah dinosaur paleontology. And he actually passed away during the field season while on a dinosaur dig. If there is a dinosaur science Valhalla, Mike Getty went there. I wonder if we've got any videos or anything. Here is a... Interesting. Here's Scott Sampson. This is, for those of you who might have small children, or who might be small children watching, I mean, it's Twitch, you never know. If you're familiar with the program Dinosaur Train on PBS, then you're probably familiar with Dr. Scott, the paleontologist. That's Scott Sampson. Here is Scott Sampson talking about Mike Getty here.
Compassionate soul. And it's an odd juxtaposition with the sort of wildness and primalness of him, but he definitely had that. I mean, those of you who've been to his place have seen all his plants that he cared for with such great love, all these epiphytes and rare cacti and everything.
I didn't know that, wow.
You know of his love for his
That's Utaceratops in the background, right there.
Named Puppy. But I wanted to share a very quick little anecdote that illustrates this point. He and I were, and I don't know, is Joe Sertich here too? I don't think Joe is here.
No shame, no sign of disgrace or failure.
Museica?
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
Almost a year.
Almost a year, 7 months. There you go, Museica. There you go. Only a few years left. Till you're at a year. Anyway, yeah.
We were in Nairobi waiting to go up into the wilds of Kenya near Lake Turkana, along the shores of Lake Turkana, but we were staying in a nice hotel. And we were up one morning and there was a buffet-style breakfast, and we were sitting there having breakfast, and Mike was sitting across from me and we were talking, and all of a sudden Mike looked distracted, and he got up quickly and he walked off, and I turned around and he walked up to this man, a guest, who was talking to this Kenyan woman who was serving breakfast, omelets or something. And the man was angry with the woman. And Mike just walks up and he says, "Is there a problem?" And the guy, thinking that he had a kindred spirit in Mike, said, "Yeah, this woman, I'm just trying to get my breakfast and she messed up the eggs and she can't get anything right. I can't believe this." And Mike waited for the guy to finish and he said, "Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to apologize to this woman, and you're going to walk away." And the man did. And Mike had this fierceness about him that you just mess with. But he knew that this woman couldn't speak up for herself. And in fact, she cried. And she thanked him. And she said, "I'm so sorry that I couldn't do anything. But if I said anything, I would have lost my job." And Mike didn't even blink, didn't make a big deal of it, wasn't into the whole hero thing. He just came right back, sat down, had his breakfast. And it just speaks to his sense of justice that he had. It was really deep in him, and that sense of compassion. So just to wrap up then, what are sort of 3 things that Mike leaves behind? What legacies? The first one, the obvious one, of course, are all the fossils.
Like Utaceratops gettyi.
How many thousands of fossils? You know, hundreds of tons probably of fossils. Alan Titus could probably come up with a better estimate than I could offhand, but many, many fossils. And those fossils, especially from Grand Staircase, remember, when we went down there, there were only microfossils that had really been excavated.
Anyway, you get the idea, I think. Here's this whole room full of people gathered to remember Mike Getty. Utaceratops gettyi is named after him. You know, when Bob Harmon passed away, he was a living legend in dinosaur paleontology up in Montana, where I was trained with Museum of the Rockies, and I was lucky enough to know Bob. I've heard so many stories about Mike Getty now. It sounds like he was kind of the Bob Harmon of Utah. It's really funny just hearing these parallels like that. But let's take a look at dinosaur namesake of his, Utaceratops. So Utaceratops is a chasmosaurine ceratopsian. Ceratopsians are the 4-legged horned dinosaurs. Triceratops is the best known example. I've actually streamed in front of this specimen before at the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake. This is Utaceratops right here. You actually caught a glimpse of it earlier when I showed you that photo from Rob Gaston's shop toward the beginning of the stream. So Utaceratops is one of these kind of recent, not super recently named, but something like the early 2000s, I think. When was it published? 2010. Yeah. Utaceratops. There we go. There's one specimen known of Utaceratops from the Kuiperowitz Formation in Utah. And it's important because as we're trying to figure out the biology of these dinosaurs, like these ceratopsians of the late Cretaceous of North America, we're trying to figure out what's going on in this environment over time. How are these animals evolving? Utaceratops is a key piece in that puzzle. So Utaceratops is from southern Utah, from Grand Staircase Escalante. National Park, I believe, or National Monument. The dinosaurs in Utah and in New Mexico seem to be different from the dinosaurs up in Montana and Canada at this time. This could be because we have what we call endemism during this time. These are separate populations, and these dinosaurs are evolving separately, and they're not moving north and south. You've just got separate populations evolving in separate directions in the north and in the south. That's what we call endemism, like endemic species. That's kind of the most prevalent hypothesis nowadays. Most dinosaur paleontologists, when they think about horned dinosaurs at this time, they're like, oh yeah, we've got really interesting endemism going on. Although, there are other paleontologists, other scientists who work on dinosaurs in particular, who say that, well shoot, our dates aren't really precise enough for this time. It could be that we're just getting different snapshots of dinosaur faunae, and these are actually animals from different times. Maybe Utaceratops, when it was alive, it ranged all across from, Utah all the way up north into Alberta, Canada. We're not 100% sure yet because we don't necessarily have those overlapping dates, you know? Part of the fieldwork that I was doing in Wyoming back in June is to try and help test this hypothesis. Is endemism a real thing? Is Utaceratops really restricted to the south, like Utah and New Mexico at the time. We don't know yet. So yeah, anyway, it's a really, really cool animal, Utaceratops. All of these ceratopsians are really, really neat. The elements here in yellow are the ones that we actually have for Utaceratops, which is a really decent portion of the skeleton. We've got everything from a complete skull down to some caudal vertebrae from the tail. That's pretty excellent. So this animal is more or less complete. But we so far only have one specimen that's been described. Hopefully in the future there will be more, and maybe, just maybe, if you find the exact right age of rocks up there in Canada or in Montana or Wyoming, maybe you'll find more of this animal. It's one way to test the endemism hypothesis. Yeah. Ken says, I feel like it's even stranger if they aren't geographically restricted. Yeah, that's interesting, Ken. We could talk about this for hours, I'm sure. Later on, when we have dinosaurs like Triceratops, for instance, you'll find them across really wide geographic areas. Why would that be? You know? Why would that be different from then in the, in the Campanian? Honestly, squirt gun to my head, if I had to say what I think is probably going on here, I suspect it's probably not endemism. Could be that dinosaurs are pretty mobile animals. It's difficult to actually get them to speciate allopatrically. But I don't know. Someday we'll find out, That's why we need more fossils. So yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, could be a combination. Different species spread over time and space. That's the thing, is that I'm not super convinced that all of this, like, morphological diversity that we see in dinosaurs is the result of cladogenesis. The result of actual splitting events, where you've got new species evolving, via splitting. I think the Mesozoic era is really, really long. And the fossil record is so stochastic in a lot of places that what might seem like new species constantly splitting off and doing their own thing and then going extinct and being replaced, I think it might really just be like the stochasticity of the fossil record rather than the stochasticity of actual evolution there. I think a lot of this stuff might actually be a lot more gradualistic. And we just have so few specimens that everything looks really abrupt and herky-jerky. That if you actually go out there and systematically collect throughout these different strata, like has been done in the Hell Creek, you can start to see some smooth gradations from one species into the next. Triceratops horridus into the intermediate one into Triceratops prorsus. I think we might see similar patterns throughout the late Cretaceous for ceratopsians and for other groups of dinosaurs too. But I don't know this for sure. The way to know for sure is to actually go out and test these ideas, to go out and find more fossils, study them and publish on them. So we'll see. We'll see. That's the cool thing about science, is that opinions don't count for much in science. It's the evidence that matters. And right now we have very limited evidence about this sort of thing. Anyway, to wrap up Utaceratops, let's look at the original descriptive paper, which was Sampson et al. 2010. There we go. Yeah. New horned dinosaurs from Utah provide evidence for intracontinental dinosaur endemism. That's a hypothesis that continues to be tested. Yeah. There we go. So this is the original scientific paper on Utaceratops. This is how this dinosaur was introduced to the world. And it was kind of done in a way that really champions the endemism idea. So Utaceratops and Cosmoceratops published in the very same paper. Really cool. Yeah. Excuse me. So there is Utaceratops gettyi right there. Part of the skull has been reconstructed. We've got some really, really nice elements there. Holy cow. I think it might just be... Between the right and the left side, I think the entire animal skull is represented. Like, part of the left squamosal might be missing, but we might have the right squamosal, or, you know, that sort of idea. Very nice. It's funny that these have different specimen numbers. It's not how we did things at Museum of the Rockies. But, yeah, interesting. There we go. There is the skull of Utaceratops right there. Very nice. And there's Cosmoceratops. Yeah. So Utaceratops and Cosmoceratops might actually be coeval. I think they're from the same time in the same place, aren't they? I could be wrong. Anyway, Utaceratops came out as a sister taxon to Pentaceratops sternbergi. That's interesting. Cosmoceratops comes out next to Vegaceratops, or Vagiceratops, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And there's that same figure that we saw earlier. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Cool stuff. Utaceratops. Very cool dinosaur. Utaceratops gettyi, named after Mike Getty. And, there he is right there. So, big paleontologizing salute to Mike Getty, a legend in Utah dinosaur paleontology. Thanks for giving us this incredible dinosaur, Mike. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Next up, we're going to do Incisivosaurus, that buck-toothed Oviraptorosaur. And then I believe we get into Pachycephalosaurus for Yakuzik, right? And then Mirgle Schmirgle after that says obligatory not a dinosaur, even really a vertebrate. How about a look at Periarchus? Periarchus, sand dollars in Georgia. I know nothing about that, but we can try and take a look, Mirgle Schmirgle. Yeah, shoot. Yeah. I don't... Sand dollars are echinoderms, right? They're related to, like, distantly related to urchins and sea stars. Yeah, we could try. Anyway, thank you, Mrs. Aribos, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's see. Do we have got a Musaica in chat still? Musaica, are you here right now? Because we'll do your dinosaur deep dive if you're still here. We'll do Incisivosaurus, our buck-toothed Oviraptorosaur. Still here? Excellent. Let's get into it. Yeah. So, I've seen illustrations of this dinosaur before. Kind of playing up the whole bucktooth thing. Illustrations like this that I've found amusing. Might be everybody's favorite Easter dinosaur apart from, you know, baby chicks. Incisivosaurus didn't actually have ears like that. Here's an early illustration of it from soon after it was first published. This kind of highlights how weird Oviraptorosaurs could get.
Reganation gifted a tier 1 sub.
And Reganation, thank you very much for that gift sub to Mirgle Schmirgle. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And MurderCom says, I'd believe in dinosaurs if they were in the Bible. You're kidding, right, MurderCom? Because here's the thing. There are tons of representations of dinosaurs in the Bible. How many different species of bird are mentioned in the Bible? Shoot. You've got manna and quail. That's a, quintessential Bible story. Quail are literally dinosaurs, MurderCom, but I'm going to assume that you're just joking around here. I'm going to take this in good faith. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah, or ravens or doves. There you go, Thalo. Yeah. Anyway, they were an essential in the story of Noah's Ark. There you go, Lenina. There's 2 dinosaurs in that story that are mentioned by name. Holy cow, ravens and doves. So yeah. Kangaroos are not in the Bible though, so those must not be real. You know? Kangaroos, they can't exist. They're not in the Bible. Same with salamanders and llamas and rhinoceros. Yeah. Anyway, Reganation says, my daughter's middle name is Chinoa, which means dove, which means she has a dinosaur middle name. There you go. What language is that, Reganation? That's very cool. Yeah. Anyway. Incisivosaurus. This famous buck-toothed dinosaur. That looks like a Joshua Knupe drawing. Joshua, is this... Can we get a shout out for Paleo Stream here? Yeah. Paleo Stream, who streams right here on Twitch, did this illustration. I believe that really looks like his style. And there it is, yeah. Yeah, Paleo Stream. There we go, good stuff. So, Incisivosaurus. Yeah. Is an Oviraptorosaur. Oviraptorosaurs get weird. They're some of the most bizarre of the theropods, I would say. And this one's got buck teeth. Pretty unusual for a dinosaur. In fact, it's maybe one of the very few buck-toothed dinosaurs I can think of. Maybe the only one I can think of off the top of my head. But I remember back when this dinosaur was brand new, I remember reading about it in the news and going, holy cow, that is bizarre. All these weird new feathered dinosaurs coming out of China. So it's got buck teeth. It wants to be a rodent, says Charlie's Dragon. It may have actually had kind of durophagous tendencies, eating tough foods. Yeah, it was named for its prominent rodent-like front teeth, which show wear patterns commonly found in plant-eating dinosaurs. There we go. So the thing about Incisivosaurus, if I remember correctly, is that it is very similar to, but a little bit larger than, another dinosaur from the same time in the same place. Protarchaeopteryx, if I remember correctly. These are 2 similar-looking dinosaurs, but Incisivosaurus is a lot bigger than it is. Same time in the same place. They might actually be the same animal. Incisivosaurus might be the adult, Protarchaeopteryx might be the juvenile. Yeah, Incisivosaurus, as well as its potential synonym, Protarchaeopteryx, come out as sister taxa right here on the family tree. Here is a beautifully preserved skull. Holy cow, is that gorgeous. Oh man, these fossils coming out of Liaoning are just absolutely exquisite. But you can see those big buck teeth there in the front. Very, very cool. Yeah. Really, really nice. Smilacodopteryx could also be the same animal. That's the thing, is that so many of these critters from the Yishan Formation, we find adults, you know, like bigger ones, we find smaller ones. You know, some of them look similar to one another. A lot of these are probably different growth stages of the same animal, especially if they're from the exact same beds. Yeah, would have looked a little something like this. Oviraptorosaurs in general tend to get kind of wacky with their headgear. Oviraptorosauria. There we go. That's the figure I was looking for. Yeah, beautiful. So these are Oviraptorosaurs, named after Oviraptor, whose name means egg thief. Turned out not to actually be an egg thief. But these dinosaurs walked on two legs. They tend to have fairly short tails. They were all covered in feathers. They've got often big, formidable claws on their forelimbs, and they've got these toothless, really weird-looking heads. Oftentimes they've got a big crest that comes off the top of their head, kind of like a cassowary bird or a guinea fowl or something like that, but more kind of integrated to the structure of their skull. Rather than just being like a crest that comes off the top, it, you know, it's kind of more part of the head. It's less discreet than the like crest of a guinea fowl or a cassowary. They are pretty cool critters. And where is Incisivosaurus? It's one that has a complete skull. It is... It might not even be in this diagram. Yeah, shoot. But, cool critter. Yeah. The egg thievery allegations were wrong, SB. As far as we can tell, yeah. Yeah, or at least we have no evidence that these animals actually ate eggs. Yes. But yeah. Excuse me. Hypothetical parrot-like tongue, that's actually pretty neat. If this animal did feed on tough seeds or something like that, which those teeth might have been useful for, it might make sense for it to have had a parrot-like tongue like that for grabbing onto those seeds. Tongues like that are really difficult to fossilize, so we don't have direct evidence of that, but it would make sense, maybe. I'm trying to find you a video of a parrot using its tongue. Here's a parrot unscrewing a screw with its tongue? Holy cow, look at that. Yeah, just taking that nut right off of that eye bolt. Oh, not quite yet. Very, very cool. Wow, who needs fingers? Exactly, right, Claire Burr? Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. So some of these birds actually have like almost little finger projections on their tongue that they can grasp things with. It's pretty neat. Yeah, there we go. You can see that at the end of the tongue. Pretty neat. So did Incisivosaurus have something similar to that? Like here? It's an intriguing idea. Really hard one to test, though, without, like, a fossilized tongue. I'm not sure if we found a fossilized tongue of any dinosaur yet. So, oftentimes the tongue is one of the first parts to decompose after the animal dies. So the chances of actually finding that, pretty slim. Pretty neat. Yeah. A 2022 study of the bite force of Incisivosaurus in comparisons with other oviraptorosaurs, such as Sidipaticon and Conchoraptor, suggests that Incisivosaurus had a very strong bite force, similar to Ornithomimosaur's 33 times its weight. Holy cow. Yeah. Oviraptorosaurs in general may have been powerful biting generalists, or specialists that partook in niche partitioning both in body size and jaw function. I think these guys are probably grossly oversplit, but I don't know. We'll see. But very cool. Incisivosaurus may be the same critter as Protarchaeopteryx. We really need more study on this animal. But, yeah. Here is that original paper, and let's see if I can't find this. Via some backdoor means. There we go. Beautiful. Here's the original publication on Incisivosaurus, an unusual oviraptorosaurian.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones.
Princess Bunbun, thank you for the follow.
You're smart. What do you think?
Welcome.
Search on that, Oliver.
An unusual oviraptorosaurian. You'll have to be more specific. They're all unusual. They're oviraptorosaurians, for crying out loud. From China. They're such weird dinosaurs. They're so cool. Yeah. And there is that skull. Holy cow. There's the eye socket, the nostril, and there's those buck teeth in the front. Very cool. Very short paper, as you often have in the journal Nature. But, there you go. Very cool. It's a neat dinosaur music. Thank you for redeeming it there. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Mizega says you're welcome. Appreciate your politeness there, Mizega. Who did we have next? I believe it was Pachycephalosaurus for Yakusik. Oh boy, where to start? Pachycephalosaurus. Is one of those dinosaurs that it is very often misunderstood. But, here we go. We'll start off with this little clip, which you might remember if you've ever seen the second Jurassic Park movie. Here we go. So funny. So this is supposed to be Bob Barker, whom we saw yesterday in that documentary that we were watching. The funny thing, well, it's a long story. Anyway, yeah. This is the Bob Barker character in the Lost World Jurassic Park. You should see the film to see if he survives the events of the movie or if he gets eaten by a dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway. You'll see lots of illustrations of pachycephalosaurs running headlong into each other, either butting heads like some sort of deranged bighorn sheep dinosaur, or going after an assailant, you know. That's a really, really excellent Pachycephalosaurus right there from Saurian. Or, you know, like butting each other's flanks like this. Or like, yeah. running headlong into a predator. But the thing about this is that these animals, well, shoot. I wonder if I can find you that clip. Let's see here. All right, gonna go back to a kind of kind of goofy documentary from the early 2000s, I think. I'm trying to find the part with Mark Goodwin from right here in Berkeley, California. It might be part 2. Let's just go ahead and watch this, shall we? It's like 8 minutes long.
We now return to those bonehead detectives.
From Discovery Kids.
Let's dig up some more dirt on our good buddies, the boneheads.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew.
And hello there.
His body armor.
Tinkarka, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're pulling up this old show. It is kind of goofy, but I can't find the original Paleo World clips. They don't exist on YouTube. This kind of rehashes them, but there's clips of actual paleontologists talking about these animals back in the late 90s. Let's take a look.
Perspective on these hard-headed guys? You want perspective? I've got tons of perspective. Let's take a look at my timeline.
Huh, it's about time. There's always time for a timeline, time permitting.
Pretty funny.
And timely.
Something we forth.
Anyway.
Extra big brains.
That sounds like an old one.
Here we go.
Extra big brains. When the bonehead skulls were first found.
So this is a pachycephalosaur. That's Pachycephalosaurus, which kind of takes the Pachycephalosaur dome-headed thing and turns it up to 11.
Dinosaurs needed extra big heads to hold their extra big brains.
That sounds like an old idea.
Oh, it is.
Then forget about it. Let's find out what the bonehead experts are saying. This is my man, Bob Barker, and he asked the question.
Again, there's Barker again. You saw his cinematic facsimile in that Lost World clip. Here he is in real life.
This is my man, Bob Barker, and he asked the question.
Boneheads. Why? When the first bone-headed dinosaur was found the last century, it was clear they weren't nearly as bright as their domed forehead would
That's
indicate.
Stegosaurus right there.
Was not full of brains, was full of solid bone. Why? A very old idea was these animals had outlived their Darwinian clock.
There you go, Lenina, yeah.
Every which way sprouting bumps and tchotchkes and thingamabigs and domed heads for no reason at all. That's an old idea and it's a bunk. In fact, this small-brained, armored four-headed dinosaur was a beautifully designed fighting machine.
Again with the football theme.
Hey, look, they're fighting over you.
And blah, blah, blah.
Protect this which is exactly what this dinosaur did. It's got a dome up here, but there are virtually no brains. The dome is solid bone.
Wait, is Barker saying that football players don't have any brains? That could get him in some trouble after a game.
I think Bob can take care of himself. And all he's really saying is that if you take a look at that solid dome bonehead, you can't help but think football helmet.
Ow.
Yeah, but it's not a football helmet. It's built in a different way.
Headbutting contest to scare
Oh
off
boy.
rivals and predators.
I don't know. It seems like an awful big leap from football player to Pachycephalosaurus.
Well, it's not just football players. There are a lot of animals today who do the same kind of thing.
With a completely different structure.
They butt heads too.
They've got horns.
Rams. Same thing.
All right, football players are not the only animals that butt heads, but we still don't know exactly why they do.
And Lucas says, I don't think football players ram each other in the head at full running pace either. I think they're not even allowed to. I think that's like a big violation of the rules to do that. So, anyway, it doesn't go well. You know, you could end up really, really messing yourself up if you run headlong at another football player and you crash helmet to helmet like that. So, yeah. Yeah, it is a foul, says Carpermania. Thank you, Carpermania.
Did it?
Yeah.
Here we are at the Smithsonian, and this guy here is paleo detective Ralph Chapman.
Looks like Ralph's working on some bonehead skulls, too.
Good eye. Ralph took a careful look at a bunch of Packy skulls, and believe it or not,
Pipper Papper, oh, yeah,
they
shoot.
were knocking themselves out in the name of love.
If the dome of Pachycephalosaurus was used primarily for defense against predators, you would expect the domes of the females to be the same shape as the dome of the males.
Which they are. They are. We don't... No one has been able to reliably say, oh, this is what a male dome and this is what a female dome looks like, and they look different from one another. That's not a thing with these dinosaurs. It's just not. And he's about to argue that it is a thing, and it's not. I mean, I don't know what... I don't think this was ever actually published on. Maybe this was somebody's project at some point, but it's not a thing.
Both need to avoid getting eaten by those predators. The alternative, that the dome was used in sexual combat, such as front butting or butting of the flank, you would make a prediction that the dome of the males would be much better developed dome relative to the female, which has a smaller, flatter dome. In our analyses, the results show exactly that. Males would have the bigger domes because in nature, they would be the ones
I don't think this was ever published on.
becoming top dog to have the right to mate with the females. And besides, males are the only ones dumb enough to do this kind of behavior.
Yeah, very scientific, you know? I don't think we actually have any solid evidence whatsoever of sexual dimorphism in any kind of pachycephalosaur, let alone in their domes. You know who would be the person to ask about this, though? Would be paleontologist Kerry Woodruff, who he finished his master's thesis, his doctoral thesis on pachycephalosaurs not too long ago. There we go. There's Kerry right there. After successfully defending his thesis, I was there for that. I was in the audience. This is during, the height of COVID, so it was, it was live streamed. But there's Kerry right there, who I think now is curator of the Frost Museum? There we go. Kerry's a sauropod guy, but he did his doctoral thesis on pachycephalosaurs. But he is the inaugural curator of vertebrate paleontology at Frost Science Museum. Very cool. Yeah. Pachycephalosaurs. There we go. So at one point, we're going to interview Kerry, I think, on this channel. I'm looking into doing more interviews of the paleontologists sometime soon. Maybe even making that a weekly or semi-weekly thing. Kerry is on my list. We've dug up a bunch of dinosaurs together in the field and used to hang out all the time at Dead Lizard Society events and stuff like that back in Montana. We were both at Museum of the Rockies together. So he's a colleague of mine going way back. We'll bring him on here eventually, and you can ask him all your pressing questions about pachycephalosaurs. He's got some very interesting stuff that hopefully will be published soon on these animals, including like a semi-complete skeleton of Pachycephalosaurus, which is new. So that's gonna be pretty exciting. Anyway, let's continue.
Now, back in his laboratory, our old friend Mike Trebold has been working on his own theory. He questions the whole idea of headbutting.
This discovery has answered several questions about whether or not pachycephalosaurs could butt heads or not. As you can see, the skull is very large in comparison to the size of the neck vertebrae. The neck vertebrae also have a very strong natural curve. And as you can see in this model that I have here, in its natural articulation, everything is fine, but when you try to straighten the neck to ram the skull, you dislocate the vertebrae. You simply could not do that.
Mark Goodwin agrees with Trebold.
There's Mark.
Doesn't make sense, especially if you're taking a Pachycephalosaurus to the bowling alley.
So Mark is from UCMP, where I got my start as a paleontologist back in Berkeley.
It's in all the dinosaur books. I don't think it happened. I don't think they're capable of doing it. And I'd like to change that idea. The surface of a bowling ball is very much like the surface of a pachycephalosaur skull, both big and very round. When you have two pachycephalosaurs colliding together, they have to be lined up perfectly in order to make contact. If they're not, they'll glance off each other.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Sick. I appreciate that compliment, and I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
In order to make contact. If they're not, they'll glance off each other. This would only have serious problems. This would result in injury to the animals and perhaps death.
I still don't buy it. Why would the pachyskulls be so thick if they didn't butt heads?
They may look thick to you, but Mark put that skull under a microscope. And guess what he saw?
Paleontologists have described the domes of pachycephalosaurs as being solid bone. In fact, they feel and sound very solid. When you look at these skulls under a microscope, you see a much different structure. In fact, what you see is a honeycomb structure of bone. It's full of holes, just like the theory of headbutting.
Well, if the helmet theory doesn't...
So why would it be full of holes like that? If you're going to have a big, solid dome of bone, why in the world would it have that weird honeycomb structure? So we were talking about dinosaur ontogeny earlier, where we were talking about Allosaurus and Saurophaganax. And we were talking about dinosaur histology, cutting open the bones to try and figure out what's going on with them. How old are these individual dinosaurs when they died? We'll go back to this video with Jack Horner, talking about dinosaur ontogeny and talking about Pachycephalosaurus.
So we will evaluate them. And that's sort of what I've been doing. So my students, my staff, we've been cutting them open. Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say, you don't mind if I cut open your dinosaur skull, do you? They say, go away. So.
It's true.
So.
Oh, and Carpomania, thank you for requesting Majungasaurus. I will get to that in a little bit.
Here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first.
Yeah.
So these are dinosaurs that are called pachycephalosaurs, and everybody knows that these three animals were related, and the assumption is that they're related, you know, like cousins or whatever, but no one ever considered that they might be more closely related. In other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister, you can't do it by looking at differences, right? You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So people were looking at these and they were talking about how different they are. Pachycephalosaurus has a big, thick dome on its head, and it's got some little bumps on the backs of its head. And it's got a bunch of gnarly things on the front of its nose. And then Stygimoloch, another dinosaur, from the same age, lived at the same time, has spikes sticking out the back of its head. It's got a little tiny dome, and it's got a bunch of gnarly stuff on its nose.
Yep.
And then there's this thing called Dracorex, Hogwarts eye. Guess where that came from? Dragon. So, here's a dinosaur that has spikes sticking out of its head, no dome.
No dome.
And gnarly stuff on its nose.
Yep.
Nobody noticed the gnarly stuff sort of looked alike, but they did look at these three and they said, these are three different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these three of them out. But if you line them up, if you just take those three skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one, Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one, Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think, that should give me a clue. But it didn't give them a clue. Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things. So, If we cut open Draco Rex, I cut open our Draco Rex, and look at it, was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Draco Rex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which means they're getting smaller as that dome is getting bigger. And if we look at Pachycephalosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome.
More or less solid. It's still got some kind of sponginess as a result of that dome growing and growing and growing. So it's like it's still got that honeycomb texture, but it's more solid than the ones before, if that makes sense.
And its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So
more solid than the first two. There you go, Charlie's Dragon.
You can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yep.
Which, of course, means that Stygimoloch and Draco Rex are extinct.
Yeah.
Okay. Which, of course, means we have 10 primary dinosaurs to deal with.
Yeah. And there's actually more nowadays. We've got more species of dinosaur that have been named, including a new Pachycephalosaur, which is related to like Stegosaurus and not to Pachycephalosaurus directly. But anyway, this is kind of the current consensus about these animals nowadays. Is that these three dinosaurs are actually one dinosaur. Draco Rex, Stygimoloch, Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah, the idea is that these are really all the same critter at different stages of growth. It gets maybe a little bit more complicated than this because by the time you get to the very end of the Cretaceous period, these, like the very end of the Hell Creek, Upper Hell Creek, 66 million years ago, you might not have this stage of growth anymore. They might kind of stop around here or do something like that. They might be undergoing what we call pedomorphosis, where the adults look more like the juveniles later on, but that's a discussion for another time. You should ask Denver Fowler about that if you're really curious, because he's got some ideas there. But anyway, why would you have this giant dome inflating like this? Well, it's probably for display. We know that dinosaurs had pretty excellent eyesight. Dinosaurs would have been able to see more colors than we can as human beings. Just like birds, they could see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. Dinosaurs had much, much, much better vision than your average mammal does. Dinosaurs were fairly visual creatures. A lot of them would have been pretty brightly colored. And a lot of dinosaurs, like Pachycephalosaurs, we think would have been pretty social animals too. Living in groups, maybe hanging out with individuals of the same kind of age cohort. And so as you're growing and maturing, you can spot members of your same age cohort by just looking at them. If adults look like this, subadults look like this, and youngsters look like this, well, it's really easy to kind of tell who your peers are and to hang out in similar sized groups. And if these animals really are splitting up niches ontogenetically, if they are moving through different ecological jobs as they grow and mature, they're hanging out in one environment and eating a certain kind of plant when they're this size. Later on, when they grow up a little bit, they're moving into a slightly different sort of the environment where different kinds of plants grow. They look like this. And then adults look like this, and they're doing something different in a slightly different place. Then having that kind of visual signaling, being like, hey, I'm a member of this age cohort. Think of it like high school kids. Freshmen and sophomores, juniors and seniors, all hanging out in their discrete little groups. You know? We're seniors. We don't want you hanging out with us. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. It's a compelling idea, I think, and we need to find better ways to test this. One way is by finding groups of dinosaurs that were preserved together. Sometimes you have like a group of what seem to be kind of teenage dinosaurs that all maybe got stuck and died in the same mud pit. Cut those suckers open, you know? Do some histosampling. Count the growth rings in there. Do a histological analysis and figure out if they are the same growth stage, because if it turns out that dinosaurs are hanging out with other members of their same growth cohort, then, you know, yeah. It'd be pretty interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Listorian says, sorry for the repost. No, thank you for reposting. I'm sorry I missed that the first time around. If you look at the skulls like a hippo or wolf, the actual animals look in muscle structure in real life looks quite different. Ears, etc. Yeah, those are mammals. Yeah. Whereas dinosaurs seem to be pictured pretty close to their skull shape. Is it possible they looked vastly different to how we think they would? For example, muscles and changing the overall look, etc. No, Listorian, I know exactly what you mean, and there's an idea that's been floating around for a while like this. You see it online a lot. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. From BuzzFeed News. You won't be able to recognize these modern animals drawn like dinosaurs. Yeah. This is what Hollywood thinks dinosaurs looked like. This is what scientists think dinosaurs may have looked like. Well, these are very different kinds of dinosaurs. This is actually not a terrible Tyrannosaurus right here. And a pretty decent Gigantoraptor, big Oviraptorosaur here. Anyway, this is what a baboon would look like if you drew it like a dinosaur. Isn't it horrifying? This is a zebra. This is what a cow would look like. It's actually pretty close to a cow. This is what a cute little cat would look like. And these are what swans would look like. Here's the thing, though, is that mammals don't work the same way as dinosaurs in this regard. So, like, mammals, their silhouette doesn't necessarily hew to their skeletal silhouette. Like, their actual flesh doesn't hew to that silhouette all that well. Because mammals, for one thing, have got skin, you know, they've got fur and hair usually. And they've got soft tissue structures and stuff. They've, like, you know, got a lot of stuff on their faces that doesn't fossilize. Mammal skulls are weird. Birds, on the other hand, if you look at a bird without any feathers, the actual silhouette of their skin and flesh tends to hew pretty well to what the silhouette of their skeleton is like. So there's a lovebird with no feathers. It looks a lot like a Mesozoic dinosaur would look, you know? Would look like. Mammals are weird like this, where, you know, let me show you a sperm whale skeleton. So there's the skeleton of a sperm whale. There's one right there, too. It does not look like a whale, right? Because there you go. There's a lot of, like, extra flesh and everything. And this is pretty typical of mammals. Mammals tend to do this a lot. But if you look at the creatures that are closest to dinosaurs, we can use what we call the EPB, the extant phylogenetic bracket. Anytime you're trying to figure out something that's unknown for dinosaurs, like what would their, you know, their actual, like, skin and flesh look like, stuff that doesn't necessarily get preserved very well in fossils most of the time, we look at their closest living relatives. We look at crocodiles, crocodilians, which are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. And then we look at modern birds, who legitimately are living dinosaurs. And so we can figure out what's known about them and what's known about them, and then kind of use it to fill in the gaps. Mammals are not closely related to dinosaurs, so they're not a great analogy for dinosaurs in this regard. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, let's see. You know, you've probably seen this before. Like, this is a thing on Reddit, I guess. Yeah. Like, penguins right here with their long necks. Maybe Brachiosaurus actually looked like this and it was just super enormous and chunky. Well, penguins aren't typical birds. They live in the water. They need, like, a tremendous amount of blubber in order to keep warm in really cold environments, like, for instance, Antarctica. You know, it's an amusing idea, but it's not... You know, there's extenuating circumstances for a penguin that make it kind of unlike a sauropod dinosaur, you know? So, yeah. Does that make sense? So these could be amusing ideas, but they're not... It's not the sort of thing that, like, a paleontologist would take seriously. Am I making any sense here? I hope I am. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. Elucus says, I think you can still go too far on the shrink wrapping. Certainly. There's certain artists who have done that a lot. Like Ellie Kish, I think. Her dinosaurs are often... Oh boy, like you can see their skeletons through from their, you know, from their outsides sometimes. Yeah. I mean, shoot, look at that. Like, she just kind of had a tendency to make those dinosaurs look super emaciated in a way that, to me, just, I don't know, doesn't speak to me. Like, yeah, not my favorite art, you know? Also, a lot of our dinosaurs just kind of look like droopy and like they're a big lizard that's just kind of melting into the ground. You know? But apparently she was really well respected up there in Canada and got a lot of money from the Canadian government to paint dinosaurs like this for museums. But look at that poor Triceratops. It's just like... looks like it's about to keel over and what's left of its flesh is just going to instantly slough off onto the ground. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, the dry season in the Morrison. There you go, Ken. Yeah, those poor Diplodocus. Oh boy. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I would agree that is a little too shrink wrapped. But other times when people complain about shrink wrapping, it's like when you look at crocodilians and you look at birds, generally the silhouette of their flesh hews pretty close to the silhouette of their skeleton. We've got no reason to think that dinosaurs wouldn't have been the same way. Yeah. Except for things like interesting soft tissue structures, like on Edmontosaurus regalis, or feathers like we see on a lot of dinosaurs. Stuff like that. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Tomas says they should only make them look like that if they are dying of hunger. I would agree with you, Tomas, but, you know, different strokes for different folks. Different artists have a different sensibilities, so... Yeah. We're gonna jump into another dinosaur deep dive, or a non-dinosaur deep dive for Mirgle Schmirgle. I've never heard of this critter before. Periarchus? Sand dollars in Georgia. What is this? Let's see. I'm not familiar with these. GeorgiaFossils.com. Georgia doesn't have any native Mesozoic dinosaurs, nor does it have this webpage, apparently. Oh boy. Let's try this. Yeah. So I guess these sand dollars are from the Oligocene. First of all, let's talk about what sand dollars are. Because I think a lot of people, when they find a sand dollar on the beach, they might go, oh, that's a weird rock. They might not think about that actually being an animal. But sand dollars are echinoderms, if I remember correctly. And, let's take a look at this. Deep look? What is this? Oh boy.
It's a beachcomber's prize. But this sand dollar is just an empty husk, a skeleton. This is what sand dollars really look like.
There you go.
Off the coast of California, Pacific sand dollars snuggle up together like a big pile of purple sea cookies. They're fuzzy, almost cuddly. But look closer. That fuzz is actually made up of tiny spines.
Very cool.
Thousands of them.
Yeah.
Some long and spiky, others rounder. Mixed in are miniature tube feet with grabby little suckers on the ends. They use them to meticulously sift the sand and pass the grains down the line.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They reach the sand dollar's mouth.
Oh.
The very center of its underside, buried under all those spines.
It's almost Sarlacc-esque.
Sand dollars eat sand. They're after the algae and bacteria that coat the grains. And these sand dollars can also stand themselves up on their sides to use the long spines around their edges to trap tiny plankton floating by.
Ah, cool.
So what about that part that looks like a flower with 5 petals? It's called the petaloid. They have special tube feet there that help the sand dollar breathe, absorbing oxygen out of the water.
Huh.
You can see that same 5-point body plan on the skeletons of their relatives, like starfish and sea urchins.
Yep, that radial symmetry.
In fact, sand dollars are just a type of flat sea urchin.
Really?
But while their cousins prefer the rocky shore,
are they part of the urchin family?
To hide, sand dollars
urchin
don't
order,
have
probably?
Such a cozy place to live. They're at the mercy of what's basically an undersea desert, thrashed and sandblasted. So being flat is an advantage. They're sleeker, streamlined against the powerful currents. And they have another scrupulous solution for staying put. Not all sand is the same. Mixed in there are some extra heavy grains.
Huh.
They're made of magnetite, a type of iron ore.
Ah.
Scientists think that as they grow, young sand dollars sort them out and swallow them.
Really?
Grain after grain.
Like a gastrolith? To ballast?
Ore builds up inside their bodies and helps weigh them down to the sea floor.
It's ballast. That's super cool. I did not know that.
The California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco.
Yeah! Ho, 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 ho. California Academy of Sciences right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, the Cal Academy is right over there in Golden Gate Park. Excellent. Very cool. What about the California Academy of Sciences, though?
At the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, researchers used X-rays of sand dollars to look for it. See those bright white areas?
Oh, very cool.
Those are the pockets of magnetite.
Really neat.
That's how these tireless little creatures can hack it. Out here in such turbulent waters where most other things can't. Turns out, it takes a lot of work just to lay around.
pretty interesting stuff.
Want to know how we got so up close and personal with those sand dollars? Follow us over to Patreon for a
Very, very cool. Yeah. Really neat. So sand dollars, a little bit more dynamic than I would have expected, actually. And that's really neat that they swallow magnetite to act as ballast to keep them weighted to the seafloor. That's pretty neat. Gives me a better appreciation for these Oligocene sand dollars. Yeah. What was the genus name again? Periarchus. Yeah. Periarchus are a genus of sand dollars, an echinoid, and an index fossil for the late Eocene. An index fossil is used to establish the age of sediments. Periarchus becomes prevalent, even dominant, in some southeastern sediments from 37 to 34 million years ago. But at 33.9 million years ago, a global glaciation event occurred and the world cooled. Periarchus was one of the victims. At 33.9 million years ago, the genus Periarchus went extinct, and the Oligocene epoch opened. Okay, so these guys are not from the Oligocene, is the idea here. Huh. And that's Georgia right there, right? Yeah, physiographic map of Georgia, sorry. Let's see. So, oh boy. We're getting well outside my wheelhouse here. Yeah. So are they not Periarchus? Is this a different genus? Oh, goodness. So I guess they're not Eocene, they're not Oligocene, they're Eocene? Well, anyway, I'll give you this link if anybody's curious about this. There you go. Yeah. Fossil Forum. Anyway, it's cool that these echinoids, you can find them there in Georgia. These aren't the state fossil of Georgia, are they? Not a lot that we can find on these. But, cool though. Yeah. So anyway, I wonder when sand dollars first evolved. Fossil history of sand dollars. Not a lot of information. Shoot. Let's just search sand dollars. Because sometimes the Wikipedia article will actually have an evolutionary history for these groups. Yeah. Anatomy, suborders and families, common name, evolution. There we go. The ancestors of sand dollars diverged from the other irregular echinoids, namely the cassiduloids during the early Jurassic, with the first true sand dollar genus, Togosiamus. These guys are not well loved enough to even have their own Wikipedia article. That's kind of sad. Shoot, every dubious dinosaur has got its own Wikipedia article, but the very first known sand dollar, no such love. That's from the Paleocene. So sand dollars may have evolved just after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. Huh. Soon after, Togosiamus, more modern-looking groups emerged during the Eocene. Okay. So if we're looking in the grand scheme of things, the history of life on Earth, the Mesozoic age, right? The Mesozoic era, rather, is the age of the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs first get their start in, like, the Middle Triassic. Their heydays throughout the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Then all of them, except for birds, go extinct right here at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, the KPG. And so the first true sand dollar might be here in the Paleocene, but it's in the Eocene that we've got incontrovertible sand dollars, I guess. And then up here we've got the present. Yeah, this is to scale, by the way. So interesting. I would have thought sand dollars would have been more recent, or excuse me, older in time, but they're fairly recent. That's surprising, though. We didn't really have Mesozoic sand dollars. Interesting stuff. I certainly learned something. Thank you, Mirgle Schmirgle, for assisting with that. Thanks for redeeming that dinosaur deep dive, or rather, non-dinosaur deep dive. Good stuff. Before we completely leave them behind, let's look at sand dollars on our tree of life. Here we go. Zoom into them. There we go. That's not what I'm looking for. What? No, I guess it is. Maybe that's the larval form or something? Keyhole sand dollar. It's over here. Okay, these ones don't even have pictures. Not enough love for sand dollars is what I'm finding here. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you were able to give some love to the sand dollars there, Miracle Schmirgle, with your deep dive. Thanks again for redeeming. Yeah. Anyway. Carpomania has got a dinosaur deep dive for us. Majungasaurus. That's going to be a good one. Majungasaurus might be the best known dinosaur from Madagascar. Majungasaurus is one of your classic abelisaurs. You know Carnotaurus. You love Carnotaurus. Majungasaurus is a member of the same family, but from Madagascar. And there's a very slinky looking one right there. I like that a lot. Yeah. Cool critter, Majungasaurus. And at some point, I would love to 3D print a Majungasaurus skull, because those files exist if I can just get a hold of them. There. There we go. From Whitmer Lab, like we were talking about earlier, there is a lovely 3D scan of a Majungasaurus skull. And you can see in there some pneumaticity. So you've got, like, pneumatization of the bones right there. There we go. Dinosaur airheads. Antorbital fenestrae, orbits. So basically all of this inside the skull would have been filled with either air or would have been similarly lightweight. Really cool. Yeah. Neat stuff. I'm trying to find the 3D printed one. I don't know if I can. But, here we go. From Prehistoric Planet 2, Majungasaurus.
Majungasaurus. Madagascar's top hunter. This particular female is blind in one eye, so she finds it hard to make a kill. And she's now very hungry.
She's gonna go after these terrestrial crocodilians. What are those, Simosuchus?
Reverse charges, tailed swipes, and aggressive kicks.
It is Simasuchus. Very nice.
The
Thanks, Ken.
hunter's snout is too broad to reach very far inside. Safe side, the Simasuchus digs even deeper. For the Majungasaurus, yet another hunt has ended in failure.
Oh, shoot. Anthelos says, awesome little dinosaur. Those are not dinosaurs. So, this little critter here, this is Simasuchus. This is actually a crocodilian. So this is related to modern crocodiles and alligators and other crocodilians today. Not a dinosaur. This, of course, Majungasaurus is a dinosaur. Yeah. Yeah.
The hunter's snout is too broad to reach very far inside.
Anyway, yeah. Coldrake says, did I read something lately that the roaring depicted in movies? I know movies, but instead they tended to subvocalize and internally growl. I really don't buy that idea. The thing is, like, dinosaurs wouldn't have had the same kind of larynx as, like, a lion uses to roar, but they're not lions. They're not mammals. You know, they would have had other vocal apparatus for vocalizing with. There's kind of a fringe idea that, like, oh, dinosaurs were just silent and they didn't make any sound at all. It's called, like, the silent dinosaur hypothesis. It's not even really a fringe idea. It's more just like a wild hypothesis that somebody brought up one time and I think published on in a blog or something. Yeah, nobody really buys that. Dinosaurs probably would have been very vocal animals. It's just their vocal apparatus would have been a little bit different from that of mammals. So they may not have done... I don't know. A lot of dinosaurs would have had kind of a more bird-like vocal apparatus. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they made, like, chirping or squawking noises in the way that you typically think of. Yeah. Think about it like this, maybe. And if you have any pets in the general vicinity, they might freak out a little bit during this. Because I'm going to play some bird calls that are slowed down. If you think about it, sound is a... You know, you lower the frequency by, like, slowing things down, and it gets much lower pitched. If dinosaurs, Mesozoic dinosaurs, had the same kind of vocal apparatus, or similar vocal apparatus as their modern descendants, as birds, then, I don't know, you could maybe get a general kind of vague feeling for what they would have sounded like, generally, by taking modern bird calls and just slowing them down. A lot like this. Isn't that cool? Apologies to any cats who are listening to the speakers right now. Probably freaking out. Here's an emperor penguin. Yeah. There's a mallard female. So yeah, it's kind of easy to imagine non-avian dinosaurs sounding something like this. So cool. Isn't that neat? Excellent. Yeah, oh, here's the brood hen. Isn't that cool? I would love to get, like, the auditory version of a high-speed camera and just record in really high quality some bird calls like this, and then be able to slow them down without the extra, like, degradation that you have there. You know? Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video, but let's get back to our Majungasaurus here. Yeah. Yeah, didn't we have more Majungasaurus? I thought Majungasaurus showed up multiple times in prehistoric planet. Maybe not. Anyway, check this out. This is from Dinosaur Planet Dinosaur, I think. Kind of goofy reconstructions here. Goofy overall tone, but that's Majungasaurus again. Yeah. So we actually have evidence that these dinosaurs may have eaten each other. Majungasaurus may have been cannibals. Maybe during droughts or something. It's hard to say. Maybe it wouldn't have been like a typical kind of behavior. Sorry, that's way too loud. Let me turn this down. Whoa! Anyway, these... Well, probably the legs, too. Hmm. Again, kind of goofy animation. But we do actually have hard evidence. These animals would have been, you know, eaten members of their own species. Yep. At least none so far. Could there be Carcharodontosaurs or something else? Maybe there were Carcharodontosaurs also in this environment, but we don't have evidence of that yet. Let's look up Majungasaurus on Wikipedia. And let's see if there's more discussion about that, because I'm not super familiar with this dinosaur myself, but what a beautiful skeleton there. Really nice. Yeah. Cannibalism, there we go. Let's see. Discoveries published in 2007, detail finds. in Madagascar that indicate the presence of other Majungasaurus in their diet. Numerous bones of Majungasaurus have been discovered bearing tooth marks identical to those found on sauropod bones in the same localities. These marks have the same spacing as teeth in Majungasaurus jaws and are the same size as Majungasaurus teeth and contain smaller notches consistent with the serrations on those teeth. As Majungasaurus is the only large theropod from the area, the simplest explanation is that it was feeding on other members of its own species. So, I hope that they also looked at crocodilian bite marks and stuff and compared them against it. Yeah. Because crocodilians also can leave kind of similar tooth marks on dinosaur carcasses. But I'm sure they knew what they were doing. Yeah. So Majungasaurus, if I recall, has got a really complicated taxonomic history. He was called Majungasaurus. Back then it was thought to be maybe Majungatholus was thought to be a pachycephalosaur. And it turns out it's a theropod, and they got rid of the name Majungatholus, and now it's Majungasaurus.
Funny. I mean, you know.
They're kind of funny. Mr. Bano, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Oh, and shoot, Ken, you're totally right. Yeah, a post-Cenomanian Carcharodontosaur would be a big deal. I totally forgot that Majungasaurus is from, like, the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs. Although if they're going to be anywhere, it would make sense for them to be on Madagascar. If there were going to be a relic Carcharodontosaur anywhere, maybe they were able to hang out in Madagascar. But again, it'd be shocking if we did see one. It'd be very surprising. But yeah. Yeah, anywho. Let's find that original publication. So I can show you the original literature there. 1896. We're not going to go back that far. Let's see. Let's go to this from 2007. If I can't find it here. Oh, no, I can. Beautiful. Yeah, so here's an excellent paper on Majungasaurus. No, hang on. What is going on here? I accidentally clicked the email link. But there we go. Majungasaurus. If you'd like to read about this animal more in depth, the Wikipedia article is a great place to start. Also, this link right here will take you to this 2007 paper. Very cool. Neat animal, Majungasaurus. It is very cool indeed. There's Charles Depalret. Picture from maybe just after the turn of the century, who described the first specimens now attributed to Majungasaurus. Oh, excuse me. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. It's a neat dinosaur. It really is. And now for our very last one. Here, let me change this again. Gonna up our dinosaur deep dives back to 30,000 because our last one is gonna be a non-dinosaur for today. Requested by a truckhorn, Glyptodon. So we're gonna fast forward from the end of the Cretaceous period all the way up until the Age of Mammals, shortly before the present. And this amazing big ol' mammal, Glyptodon. Related to modern armadillos, Glyptodon is a giant South American xenarthran mammal that may have actually been hunted to extinction by humans. We do have evidence of, like, direct evidence of human hunting of these critters, and they do seem to go extinct shortly after humans find their way into South America. So yeah. Let's see if I can find a neat little video on Glyptodon. Given that this is a Pleistocene mammal, I really don't know much about these guys. I'm a dinosaur person, you know that. But let's have fun learning about them together. Let's see. Let's take a look at this.
Being a rancher isn't an easy job. They have to deal with weather conditions, keeping their livestock healthy, and many other tasks that keep them busy.
Okay.
So what happens when they discover something unusual on their farm? One rancher had to deal with that very question.
Okay.
It had started out as a pretty normal day for Juan de Dios Soto. He was working on his farm near Buenos Aires while his cows were out grazing. Sadly, Argentina had been enduring a drought, meaning that the cows were struggling. While the cows were hunting for water, they stumbled across something else. A thirsty cow will do just about anything to find water. Cows will keep searching until they find water, and they'll even stampede if things are desperate enough. During their search for water...
Enough about cows. Let's get to the Glyptodons, shall we? Is this mostly stock footage? Oh, boy.
That was when he realized that it wasn't a rock at all. Juan realized that it was only the tip of something much bigger. He also noticed that seemed to be some strange
Oh, this is like stock footage. Let's just find that PBS Eons video. Thank you, Claire Burr. Here we go.
You ever think about how you would kill a glyptodon, like one of those giant armadillos?
No, why would I think about that?
Stuff I think about. And it turns out, according to some new research, the strategy used by ancient people in South America was to hit them over the head and then flip them over. That seems unexpected to me. Glyptodons, you recall, were big, slow, heavily armored herbivores. They went extinct like 11,000 years ago. And in 2022, researchers claimed that they had found evidence of how they were hunted by people. See, there are these glyptodont skulls from a site in Venezuela that's like maybe 16,000 years old. And it's the site of some of the oldest archaeological evidence of human activity in South America. And this place turned up some strange patterns. 4 skulls had fractures at the same spot, right at the top of the skull where the armor is thinnest.
Whoa.
And it seemed like these blows were inflicted while the animals were alive. So the experts proposed that this was evidence of humans whacking them on the head to stun them. What does a stunned glyptodont look like? Again, I think about these things. That would have bought them enough time to finish them off and then flip them over to access their unarmored, meaty undersides. Keep thinking about that. You ever think about how you would kill a glyptodon? Like,
that's a grizzly. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Let's find another video real quick. Let's see. This is surprisingly paltry for such a cool animal. Walking with beasts, maybe? Doedicarus is not Glyptodon, but it is a Glyptodont. It's a close relative. Let's take a look at that.
On one of the strangest...
Wow. Pretty neat. And Cortiotis, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Hmm. And the Pork Chopster, thank you for the follow, Pork Chopster. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for following. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, what a remarkable creature. You know, glyptodonts are such neat animals, and they were around until very recently. In fact, it could very well be because of humans that these critters ended up going extinct. Like, this crazy armor likely evolved to shield them from predators. Things like saber-toothed cats, maybe machairodonts. And yet, the introduction of people may have been what finally did them in. Let's read about Glyptodon itself. So Glyptodon itself does not have that spiky mace at the end of its tail. It's got a much shorter tail like this. And man, do they have weird shaped skulls. What an incredibly bizarre looking skull on that animal. They are so weird, but a lot like an ankylosaur, which is kind of fused into a solid, massive, bony armor like that. Really, really cool. Yeah. Yeah. Fusion with Megatherium. Richard Owen. Paleobiology. There we go. These guys are probably not fossorial like armadillos. Armadillos are actually very good diggers. They can excavate wonderful burrows for themselves to hide in and to maintain constant temperature and stuff like that. Glyptodonts, it's kind of hard to imagine them digging burrows for themselves because they're just so big. Yeah. Unlike armadillos, which have kind of a flexible carapace, I guess Glyptodon did not have a flexible carapace. That's just... holy cow. It's like a giant armored dome over the back of the animal. Would have been less flexible than like an ankylosaur, for instance. Yeah. It is kind of interesting how these guys are sort of... superficially, their morphology seems kind of similar to that of ankylosaurs. Might be an example of convergence. Ankylosaur versus Glyptodont. There's a nice illustration right there, yeah. That's really nice, actually. I like that a lot. Yeah. Pretty neat. So it's amazing how these creatures that come from completely different ancestors, they end up hitting upon the same vague kind of idea. You know, I'm a quadrupedal animal. Let's get really big and just develop this ridiculous armor, including tail clubs. Ankylosaurids, at least, like Ankylosaurus, developed those tail clubs like that. Super neat. It is a good design there. Truckhorn, yeah. A good, what we call bow plan, or body plan. It's just something that works, you know? The funny thing about Glyptodonts is that we don't really know what their soft tissue looked like on their faces. Like, these guys, they have almost kind of like a snub-nosed bat face kind of thing going on. Sometimes they're reconstructed with kind of longer snoots. Maybe like this. Do you make it look more like an armadillo, or... That one looks very armadillo-y. But when you've got a skull that looks like that, it's like, shoot, there's not much to work with there, is there? What did their face actually look like? I don't know. Yeah. Kind of struggling for things to come up with to say about these guys, because again, they're not dinosaurs. Glyptodonts. Yeah. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool, though. Were there any North American glyptodonts? Were there any North American glyptodonts? There were. Holy cow. Glyptodonts of North America. Yeah. All known North American glyptodonts belong in the genus Glyptotherium. So here's the thing to talk about. We mentioned this last week. I think it was last week. Friday, maybe? Here we go. The Great American Biotic Interchange. There we go. North and South America used to be separate from one another. Obviously. Oh, there's a glyptodont skull right there. Beautiful. Nice, nice, nice. So, critters that originated in North America. You know, you've got your proboscideans, elephants, camels, like this llama-like creature, tapirs, peccaries, saber-toothed cats. They evolved in North America. And down across the ocean in South America, you had these giant terror birds, ground sloths, giant rodents like capybaras, armadillos, and of course glyptodonts evolving there. But then, the continents came together at the Isthmus of Panama. Suddenly there was a land bridge between them. And you could have creatures walking from North America into South America or vice versa. And so some critters from the south spread north, some critters from the north spread south. And so glyptodonts did apparently make it into North America. Interesting. Here, let's take a look at... Is this the same one we watched last time? It is. We just watched this the other day. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So yeah, armadillos, their ancestors actually came from South America. And the ancestors of armadillos were also the ancestors of glyptodonts, if you go back far enough. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And opossums too, yeah. I think the northernmost marsupial in the entire world is the Virginia opossum, Didelphis virginianus. There's a dead possum like a block away from me right now in the parking lot over there by my apartment. Poor critter, I think, got hit by a car. But, yeah. Anyway, opossums are really cool. They're one of my favorite North American mammals. And if glyptodonts were still around, I'm sure they'd be one of my favorite, one of my favorite extant North American mammals too. But they're not, unfortunately. Yeah. So, anywho. Yeah. Thank you, Truckhorn, for requesting glyptodonts. Despite not being a dinosaur, that was still cool. Hopefully, you're satisfied with that deep dive. I don't know much about these guys, but they are neat. And with that said, I've been streaming for 4¼ hours so far. I've got some science to do tonight, some emails to send out, some other stuff to attend to, so let's quickly check on our 3D print. Excellent. We've got more of our Allosaurus skull printing. Tomorrow, we'll be assembling some more pieces of that. But until then, let's go ahead, start wrapping up this stream. There's a Smilodon, the state fossil of California, and a once extant North American mammal. Very cool one at that. Let's run our credits over. Let's find somebody to raid here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to go raid into somebody else, hopefully doing some science. Yeah, speaking of which, there's Rocket Sage right there. We're going to go hang out with Twitch's resident hard rock geologist. Hard rock and soft rock, too. She does sedimentary geology also. Raid Rocket Sage. There we go. And yeah, she's doing some science. Excellent. Well, everybody, thank you to everybody whose names are here in the credits. From the moderators to the raiders to the lurkers and the followers and the gifters and the subscribers. Thank you, everybody, for helping make this community what it is. Thank you for keeping me here on the air with your generous monetary contributions. Obviously, I could not do this without you. I'll see you tomorrow for Thursday. Birds Day is tomorrow, so get your bird photos in now. I totally forgot to talk about this. But tomorrow is our first Thursday Birds Day back in a long time. I'm excited for it. I hope you are too. But until Thursday Birds Day is upon us, everyone, you take care of yourselves. Thank you again for watching. And we'll go see what Rocket Sage is up to, doing some geology. Take care, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.